We're coming for you.
Hey friends, how are we doing? It's been a while since we've done an actual play, so here we are. What are we going to be doing? Well, Fear of the Unknown is a zero prep horror role-playing game. It's powered by the apocalypse, which means it's narrative heavy and also pretty easy to learn. As I said, it's zero prep. What does zero prep mean? Well, luckily, not only are we doing an actual play today, but I don't need to have all these answers myself because we're joined by the author as well as two of our favourite people. So, without further ado, let's bring on author of Fear of the Unknown, Thomas. Thank you for joining.
You're more than welcome. Thank you for having me.
Oh, I'm just so pleased you're here. This is going to be great fun. I'm so excited. And also, let's bring on two fellow guests. We have Erin. Great to see you, Erin.
Hello.
And of course, the mighty Bruce. How you doing, Bruce?
Hello. Not too bad.
Not too bad, not too bad. Well, I think we'll give the floor mostly to Thomas here to begin with. But before we play the game, I think it's worthwhile just talking a little bit about what it actually is. So my understanding is that, and I apologise that we didn't cover the product actually during Kickstarter your weekend, but this was in on Kickstarter
back in October, the spooky
Wow.
month.
Oh, of course. We definitely should have had you on for Oktoberfest. I'm sorry. Next
No
year.
worries.
This year. Yeah. Tell us about Fear of the Unknown.
Sure. So yeah, Fear of the Unknown is, like you said, powered by the apocalypse. I've got in here a ludography of other games that inspired it. And oh, hey, this is my first time doing a live stream.
Yeah, we are live. It's good to see you, Aldakak. Mohammed, great to see you. Thank you for joining.
Yeah. So it's a zero prep horror mystery game where every game is a horror movie. It's inspired by old horror films, and the tagline is solve mysteries, face perils, encounter horrors, and see how that changes you as a person. So
awesome.
Thank you. And yeah, like you said, it's zero prep, which means I have nothing at all prepared for today's session. I have not come up with a mystery or even a setting, and you guys have not prepared characters. So once we finish talking...
Wait, so you mean a zero prep game where there's actually zero prep and not a zero prep game where you still have to spend like half an hour just trying to work things out because it's just too hard?
Exactly. The all of those things will happen during gameplay, and so the first once we actually start playing, the first thing that we're going to do is create the setting together, and then you guys will create your characters. And while you're doing that, I will use the GM tools, which are in the book and also conveniently located on the GM screen here, to randomly roll for the source of the horror, what their motive is, what they're doing, and then what the inciting incident is. And that will give me a sort of skeleton of the mystery that doesn't have any like interesting details, but it has enough structure there for me to hang the details on, which we will come up with during character and setting creation. And so I'll be paying attention as you guys create the setting and your characters, and I will use bits from that to flesh out the mystery. And then once you've finished creating your characters and everything, we will be ready to begin with the inciting incident.
So it's a true experiment in kind of emergent storytelling then.
And yeah, that's really what I was aiming for this was, as a GM, I love mystery games, I love horror games, but I really hate prepping for games, and so I wanted to try to make that as low as possible. Yeah, so to play, if you're not the GM, really all you need is the quick start that has the player-facing rules, and then the GM tools that I talked about are in the full rule book. and which also has other helpful tables in case you need assistance improvising in the middle of the game, such as "Why won't the police help?" My favorite random table.
Nice, nice. I like that a lot. Um, so in terms of the game itself, what were your inspirations? What were your muses for this specific game?
Well, I wrote a whole big bit about this in the book. There's a ludography where I talk about 6 games that directly inspired this, which are Call of Cthulhu, the first mystery role-playing game that I ever played, and also the first mystery role-playing game to my knowledge. Apocalypse World, of course, since it's powered by the Apocalypse game. City of Mist, which I have on my shelf over here, which is
Houses right there.
great. So you're already familiar with the tag system from City of Mist, where instead of having
Yes.
ability scores, you have short descriptive phrases,
Mhm.
and Fear of the Unknown also uses that.
Okay.
Gumshoe, which is a great sort of mystery system, which I do not use, but was inspiring. Turn of the Card, which is a role-playing game where instead of rolling dice, you have tarot cards. And that sort of open-ended but specific prompt system was really inspiring. I liked that quite a bit. And finally, Dread, which is the game that you play with a Jenga tower, and that the every time that you do something perilous, you get ever closer to your doom, was very inspiring as well. And then there's a big list of specific movies that I recommend, divided up into categories based on the different kinds of potential antagonist.
Nice, nice. Cool. We should probably consider starting the actual game. Now, you mentioned that you've not prepped anything.
That's
I'm
right.
a little bit nervous because we haven't prepped anything either. A couple of minutes before we went live, when we were in the green room, you sent us the character sheet, and I'm just going to embiggen myself for a second.
Sure.
Way! And if you're watching, the character sheet is right here. I'm just holding that up on the camera now, and as you can see, it's completely empty. Dice is my other question. So, Thomas, what kind of dice do we need? Are there special dice for this game?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So all you need is 2 regular 6-sided dice. However, if you back to the Kickstarter, or if you see me at a convention at any point, you can get these special dice that Black Oak Workshop made, and also you can buy those directly from their website. These dice have slashes on them, representing the violent, slashy nature of the game, where you have to count up the number of slashes to see what you've rolled, which is a little bit of extra work, but introduces another moment of tension where you're like, oh gosh, what did I actually roll there? In a way that simply having the number or pips on the dice does not have.
That would be far too complex for me. I like my dice to just have numbers on them.
These are the punishment dice for anyone who forgets to bring their own.
Wait a minute. I think I'm fine. No, I'm not. Cool. Okay, so we've got empty character sheets. We've got some dice. I need to remove a bunch of dice that I don't need that are in my tray right now.
Yes. Does everyone have a copy of the either full or quick start rules? You'll need that as well.
No, we don't. So
Oh,
we'll have to
no.
grab that.
Okay, well, I will go ahead and link it. You can get these, you can just download this from fearoftheunknownrpg.com, and specifically fearoftheunknownrpg.com/moves.pdf, but also they're linked from the front page.
And certainly they're on. So this game is actually right now on DriveThruRPG. The full game, I want to say it's currently around £13, so $15 or so. And the quick start is pay what you want.
Yes.
Great stuff.
Yeah, so the difference between the moves PDF that I just directed you to and the full quick start is that the quick start has rules for setting and character creation, and the moves is just moves.
Just looking for that now. Too many things open. So where can we find that?
So if you go to fearoftheunknownrpg.com,
Yep.
and you should,
Unknown.
if you scroll down a little bit, you should see a gray bar that says download the theme music, download the moves, download the character sheet.
Yes.
Yes. Just click on download the moves and you'll get a PDF.
I've got that. I will share that to everyone in the private chat. And for anyone who's following along, I'm going to share that in the comments as well. So now, don't you dare leave our stream, but feel free to have a look at that and effectively play along with us. In fact, here's the thing: why not make your own characters? Whilst we make ours, why not make your own characters? If you're on our Discord, share with us what kind of character you've made and how happy you are with them, and how you think they might have gotten along with this mystery. So, yeah,
I think that's a great idea.
Right.
So, are you all ready to begin?
Yeah, I'm almost ready.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got a number of moves, PbtA moves, effectively.
Yes, I'll do a brief overview of the rules before we begin setting creation. So you are going to have tags. Tags are short descriptive phrases that describe your character's strengths and weaknesses, things that can help you out and things that can impede you. So examples of positive tags which help you out would be things like I'm a Golden Gloves boxer, or I always keep a revolver in my purse, or I'm the esteemed professor of archaeology at the local university. Examples of negative tags that can get in your way are things like I walk with a limp, or I have hallucinations, or I'm discriminated against by a certain type of bigot, or I have a stalker, things like that. And then there are also, you'll have a few wild tags, which are things that can go either way. And those will represent like strong aspects of your personality, or things that usually help you, but they might fail at an inopportune moment, things like that. So if you're looking at the moves, you'll see that there are 3 basic moves and then 3 revelations. The 3 basic moves are Investigate, Face Peril, and Encounter True Horror. When you investigate or face peril, you're going to use your tags. You'll select up to 3 of your positive or wild tags to help you, and I will select up to 2 of your negative or wild tags to impede you. We'll get into the details of how those moves work when they arise in play. The next move, Encounter True Horror, does not use your tags. So for Investigate and Face Peril, rolling higher is better. But for Encounter True Horror, rolling higher is more dangerous. And the way that works is you roll 2d6 and you add your current amount of horror, and then after the roll, you gain a horror. And so if you look at your character sheet, you'll see most of the page is made up of line sections, which is where you'll write down your tags. And then also on the right-hand side, there are 3 sort of sections with little bubbles where you can keep track of your horror, humanity, and foreboding. Horror, I just told you, you gain whenever you encounter true horror, and you add to your encounter true horror rolls. Humanity, you gain whenever I invoke one of your negative or wild tags, and you will use for one of the revelations, which I'll get to in a moment. And finally, foreboding, you gain whenever you roll a 6 or below on any of the moves. And so then the final page is the revelations. The 3 different revelations are reveal something about the world, reveal something about yourself, and let the horror sink in. These each use one of the 3 kinds of experience that we just mentioned. You can spend 3 humanity to reveal something about yourself, and for each of these, when you make the move, you'll describe a short scene where you have total narrative control over it, and you'll pick one of the mechanical options to have happen. Revealing something about yourself lets you affect your own character in some way. Spending 3 foreboding to reveal something about the world lets you affect the setting in some way outside of your character. And when you spend 3 horror to let the horror sink in, you get to get rid of 3 horror, but you have to pick a bad thing that happens. The mechanics, apart from the GM tools that I described earlier, are entirely player-facing, so you are the only ones who will roll dice during the game, although I will roll on random tables just for inspiration. And that is the overview of the mechanics. Any questions so far?
I love Powered by the Apocalypse games. They're so much fun, and so different from anything else, really, in my opinion. They just have a really different feel to them. So I'm really excited. I think I'm good to go. How about the rest of you?
Yeah, no questions from me. Just jump in.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Great. Then let's begin with setting creation. So this game takes place in a small, relatively isolated town. Where are we thinking that this should be? Judging from your accents, I believe y'all are in Britain or somewhere nearby. So it could be on one of the islands or a coastal or isolated small island, like in the movie The Wicker Man, is a fine choice. It could also take place in America or Europe or Africa, China, anywhere that you like. Although the further from the English-speaking world, the more difficult my task will be because I am not an expert on those cultures.
All right. How about here's a challenge for you, and you can decline it as the GM. What about if we're on like a really large ship?
So okay, that will definitely be a challenge for me, but I think we can probably make it work.
I mean, like really large. So it's effectively a city, but it's
so like a cruise
huge
ship.
cruise ship or something like that.
Sure, if Bruce and Aaron are in favor of that, then oh yeah. So one part about the setting creation, especially, is that we need to have unanimous consent on any of the choices that we make here, since we're all going to be playing the game together.
I figure that then gives the GM full control over the environment and means that it's English speaking, but none of us need to know the place.
Sure, yeah. I can roll with that. Aaron, you just confirmed. Bruce, how about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. The old cruiser. Obviously,
you can tell where to start off if it's too much to organise. Go somewhere else.
He wants to terrorize the Love Boat. That's what I'm getting the impression.
That's it. Yeah.
Like everyone's favorite classic horror film, Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, which is set almost entirely on a boat. Okay, if at any point any of you come up with a name for the cruise ship, let me know and I'll write it down. What year are we thinking? What era? Don't have to pick a specific year, but like, is this the 20s? Is this the present day? Is it the 60s?
I'll let someone else go with this.
Sorry, my internet died.
I can hear you, so it can't be that dead.
Okay, cool. You're back.
Still with us, Aaron.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you guys all throw. What era? I don't mind. Whatever. Roll the dice. Unless Bruce, you have a preference?
I don't have a preference, but since you're mentioning horror films, the 80s does seem to be the biggest.
Okay. Great. So we're on a cruise ship in the 1980s. And
cruise ship.
we'll get into the details of the cruise ship next. I mentioned earlier how you guys have your specific character tags that are positive, negative, or wild, and those are specific to your character. So Bruce cannot invoke Phil's tags on a roll, but there are also what are normally called town tags, though I guess we'll call them ship tags in this particular game, where these are 5 wild tags that you guys are going to all have access to, and also I will have access to, that describe the setting that we're in. So the first question is, what is a local landmark? Gain a town tag like the abandoned quarry, or the statue of the beloved town founder, or the only diner in town. So this is a landmark on the ship.
We lost Aaron again, I think.
Yeah, Aaron may be frozen. Bruce and Phil, I both see move up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Aaron's
she's
disappeared.
dropped off.
Oh, she's back.
Ah,
Welcome back.
Aaron,
Apologies.
no worries. Did you hear the prompting question?
Nope.
What is a local landmark? So I guess prominent location on the ship. Gain a town tag like the abandoned quarry, or the statue of the beloved town founder, or the only diner in town. And if we were playing in a traditional small town setting, or and anyone needed prompting, there are D6 D6 prompt tables in the full rules beyond just those 3 suggestions. But rolling for like if you rolled a 4 and a 3 and got the campgrounds, that wouldn't make a ton of sense here on this cruise ship. So those will not avail us at the moment.
What about like the shuffleboard decks?
Shuffleboard decks.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like where people normally play shuffleboard.
Yeah. So what we're doing now is we're generating sort of fictional elements that people can pull into scenes or create scenes at later during play. So we're definitely going to have some scenes set at the shuffleboard decks. For the second question, who is someone that everyone in town knows, or at least knows of? Gain a town tag like the gregarious dean, or the slimy mayor, or the quietly intimidating crime lord.
Well, taking Mohammed's suggestion that there's a captain's table, I like the idea that we have a captain. And maybe I don't know if anyone has seen. There's a show that's on at the moment on TV that has Hugh Laurie playing the captain, and he's actually more of an actor than an actual captain. And it's a sci-fi show, Avenue 13, I think it's called. So I like the idea that the captain is like really like pretentious and smarmy and showy, and maybe actually doesn't really know much about boats.
Pretentious captain. All right.
And he's maybe not actually in charge.
Ooh, I wonder who is. And that reminds me that I should roll for the skeleton of the mystery here. Okay, what is a group that a sizable portion of the town, or ship in this case, despises? Gain a town tag like the corrupt police, or the Ivory Tower University, or the biker gang with hearts of gold.
I'll throw this one over to Bruce, because both Aaron and I have responded.
Yeah, that's quite a challenging one. I'm thinking... I don't want to sort of pick on the things, but I would say the purser. I'm more thinking of a person than a group. It will have to be sort of the other officers. You've got the petty officers in charge of the rest of the crew, trying to keep things strict.
Okay, so the ship's officers.
Yep.
All right. Trying to maintain.
So I would like the chief engineer, the purser, everybody in that sort of.
Yeah. Cool. And then finally, what is something? Well, not quite finally. We'll get to that in a moment. But what is something that the town or ship is obsessed with? Gain a town tag like the Crosstown Sports Rivalry, or the annual Harvest Festival, or the stories of cryptids in the woods.
about like something like the sighting of dolphins.
Oh, okay.
Because
I like that.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
And then for the fifth and final question, let's go back and repeat one of those 4 questions and gain another one. So there's another landmark or another prominent person or another group that are causing problems or another ship obsession.
I have a suggestion for a group of people.
Yeah.
The people that keep stealing all the deck chairs. Nabbing
Like
the
putting
deck chairs and the sun
towels
lounges
on them and stuff.
Yeah. The group of people that reserve the deck chairs and lounges every morning before everyone else gets up.
Okay,
so
sure.
People who get up at 5 a.m. just to put the towels on the deck chairs and then never even use them.
Yeah, all right.
But we don't know who they are. We just see that the deck chairs are always occupied.
Always have a towel on.
Whoever keeps reserving the deck chairs. Okay. Great. So that is setting creation finished. We're on a cruise ship in the 1980s. We've got the pretentious captain ostensibly in charge, the ship's officers doing a better job of keeping things shipshape than the captain is. People are spending a great deal of time at the shuffleboard decks because they can't at the deck chairs because somebody keeps reserving all of them. And hopefully from the shuffleboard and certainly from the deck, you would try to spy a glimpse of some dolphins. And now it's time for character creation. So we're going to, at the end of character creation, you will have 5 positive tags, your choice of 1, 2, or 3 negative tags, and 1 wild tag. And in addition, we're going to be playing with a rule that is in the full rules, but is not in the quick start, which is bonds. Bonds are a wild tag that is shared between 2 of you. And so as we're creating characters, there's for all of the other tags, there will be a specific question that will prompt you to create the tag. But for bonds, there's not. Instead, just pay attention as we all create characters. And when you hear something, like when you hear another person saying something and go, aha, I would like to be involved with your character in some way, say so. And then we if the 2 of you can agree on the way that you would like to be connected, you will get a bond together. And if you look at the bottom of your character sheet, there's a space for bonds to write that down. Each of you can create 1 bond with another character, which means that on average, you will have 2 bonds, one that you create with someone else and one that someone else creates with you. But not necessarily. I've played a game where everyone had a bond with a single character as the town librarian that everybody knew, but none of the other characters knew each other outside of that. So we'll see how it ends up. For the first question, to gain a positive tag, what have you trained for the most in your life? Gain a positive tag like 7th generation farmer or promising young mathematician or golden gloves boxer.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of a quick concept to chuck all these in, and the only thing that comes to mind on board of a ship is the Sidon Adventure of Gene Hackman as that priest character. And no, I'm not going down the Father Ted route of he never says
go
one
on.
mass. No, he in all that film he never does one mass. So
yeah, I'm trying to think about who might be a guest on a cruise ship and taking it from there.
Certainly a wide swath of people, I imagine. And it's interesting to me how common playing as a priest is in this. When I run that's one of people's favorite professions to role play as.
I'm thinking magician's assistant. So like the shipboard
Nice.
entertainment, the
Oh,
assistant
so
to
you're
the magician. Yeah.
so you're
Wonderful
an
thing.
employee of the ship. You're not a guest.
Yeah.
And of course,
Fun.
the magician's assistant is just as much a magician as the actual magician is, if not more. So
Certainly.
Are you still there, Aaron? Yes, you are. Cool.
I am now.
I am
This keeps dying.
a keen-eyed photographer.
Ah,
So I've got an eye for detail.
great. And Bruce, did you decide you were going to be a priest, or were you just entertaining that notion?
So I've gone for the positive, strong spiritual listener.
Okay, strong spiritual listener. Interesting.
I think he was losing his faith at that point in time in the film.
Okay. So this next question does not directly give you a tag. Instead, it splits the flow chart that we're moving through for character creation. So here's the flow chart that's in the full rules. Which do you value most? Wealth, knowledge, or power? You don't have to write this down. Just keep it in mind, and we'll move on in a moment. Give me a signal once you're ready to move on to the next question. Okay. Phil's ready.
Yeah.
Bruce is ready. Aaron's ready. Great. Who said wealth? Raise your hand if you said wealth. Nobody. All right. Raise your hand if you said knowledge. 2 of you. Okay, great. So Aaron and Bruce, but not Phil. What is something that you want to know more about? Gain a positive tag like obscure geography facts, or astronomy enthusiast, or this weird old book I found. And now that we're on, we're no longer doing things tied specifically to the fact that we're on in a small town / on a ship. If you do get stuck at any point, you can roll 2 6-sided dice and tell me them in order, and I can give you a suggestion from the big chart that is there for each question. It's a different chart for each question.
Go on then. I'll roll.
All right.
I got a 4 and a 1.
Jiu-jitsu.
Nice.
Yeah. I want to know more about jiu-jitsu.
All right. So write down jiu-jitsu as a positive tag. And Bruce, how about you?
Okay, let's see what we get. Oh wow, I got a whopping 3.
A 3 and
yeah, 3 to total, 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Okay. Yeah. So the way that a D66 table works
Oh, sorry.
is, yeah, you've got, as you can see, this is divided up into 6 sections. The first die determines which of the 6 sections you're in, and then the second die determines which specific entry you're in there. So there's 36 total possible options. So you said a 1 and a 2?
Yep.
Dead languages. Which, I mean, if you're a priest in training or former priest or anything like that, yeah, Latin is going to be important for that role. Okay, so now the second knowledge-focused question. So Phil, you're still out. We'll get to you in a moment. Is someone learned something about you that you'd rather they hadn't? What was it? Gain a negative tag like unbeknownst to me, someone saw me do a hit and run, or paranoid delusions, or I'm being blackmailed. So Aaron and Bruce, let me know once you've thought of something, or if you'd like to roll randomly for an example.
I'm going to roll randomly for an example.
Sure.
I'm always up for rolling randomly. A 2 and a 4.
I constantly see omens.
No, this can't go wrong. Well, 5 and a 1.
Yes. Agoraphobia.
So he's afraid to go out on deck then?
Yeah, you're probably going to be spending most of your time below decks, perhaps watching the magic show, things like that. Yeah, so if at any point you feel that that your character would be connected to some aspect of another player's character, please remember to suggest a bond. So for instance, perhaps Aaron spends a lot of time below decks because you're, a working professional on the ship, and Bruce spends a lot of time below decks because he's agoraphobic. Also, if you come up with names for your characters, feel free to do that. To let me know, or if you would like to roll randomly for it, dig out a 20-sided die and roll randomly on the charts that are just on the GM screen.
Let's roll for a name.
All right. Would you like your character's name, first name, to be feminine, masculine, or neutral?
Feminine, because she's a magician's assistant. 16.
Rose.
Rose.
And would you like to roll randomly for your last name?
Oh, yeah, go on then. 19.
Salazar.
Rose Salazar. Oh, that sounds like someone who could be assisting a magician.
Yeah. One time I ran a game of this and people rolled randomly for their last name, or for their names, and 2 of them rolled the same last name, and that prompted the bond that they were like brother and sister that they hadn't thought of at all before. Then suddenly we're both Changs, and I guess there's not that many Changs in this small town, so. Bruce, have you got a negative tag in mind, or would you like to roll for it?
I think we'll roll. Was it D20? You said, yeah.
D20 is for the names, and that's the only time a D20 is used in the game. 2 6-sided dice is for any of the times that you're rolling randomly for a prompt. And also any of the other times you're rolling.
Okay, so we've got 1 and 6.
You have insomnia.
Phobia and insomnia.
Oh wait, sorry. You already did this. This was the
I was about to say,
yeah. Sorry. My mistake. Okay, so now we've finished with the folks who care most about knowledge, which brings us to Phil, who by process of elimination must care most about power.
Oh yeah.
All right. So you haven't always used your power for good. What's one time you regret using it? Gain a negative tag like I don't know my own strength, or I'm quick to anger, or I've made enemies. And also, sorry, on the previous question, part of these questions is both to get what your tag is, but also to inspire you to describe a moment in your character's backstory. So on the other one, I said someone learned something about you that you'd rather they didn't. And the consequence of this is that now, Bruce, you're agoraphobic, and Rose, you see omens. But what was the thing that happened that prompted that consequence? And if you'd like a moment to think about that, I can continue with Phil. So what's one time you regret using your power, and then what tag did you get as a consequence of that?
I have something in mind, but I'd like to roll anyway. But the thing I have in mind is that before I became an artistic photographer, and at this point in time, I'm about being a photographer that's really, great and takes very poignant, very kind of thought-provoking photographs. But I used to be a photographer for tabloids, and I destroyed someone's career.
Paparazzo.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm still building. Although it's recommended I have a good eye, I'm still building trust in people again.
Yeah, trying to recover your reputation.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. So do you want to write down bad reputation, or would you like to roll randomly?
I'd love to roll anyway with 4, 3.
And you don't have to go with whatever you roll. You said a 4 and a 3.
See what comes out. Yeah.
You have burn scars. So perhaps, for example, here's an example from actual local history for you. Perhaps you were in a vehicle that was speeding after someone you were attempting to photograph, and then there was a car crash, and you were burnt in the process.
I'll spin that. I was more interested in getting the photograph than saving the person, and I've regretted it ever since.
Okay. So what do we want to write that down as a tag? Regrets, bad reputation, burn scars, any of these would work.
Yeah.
It's just how you want to build your character.
How about taking this narrative a little bit further? I'm going to choose a third option, which is I'm terrified of fire.
Ooh, all right.
And I do have those burn scars, and when I see fire, they kind of start flaring up, and I get physical pain.
That makes sense. Cool. Rose and Bruce, do you have you thought of the specific thing that somebody learned about you that you'd rather they didn't? Just to so since this is meant to be like a movie, if we're thinking of the movie as being 3 acts long, this character creation is the first act, where we get to know our characters, and then the inciting incident will be the sudden twist thing that happens at the end of the first act and begins the story proper, which will happen at the end of character creation.
So I was thinking about the agoraphobia, why he doesn't go out, because he was violently attacked outside.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that has prompted him, especially when he was supposed to be giving aid and spiritual comfort.
Yeah.
He has quite felt more in line with his church, and then it's been encouraged that he should try and get out more, hence they put him on a cruise ship.
Yeah.
I took photographs of that. I took photographs of the attack.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like you're suggesting a bond.
Yeah.
All right. So, Bruce, does that sound amenable to you?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'd like to think that having learned my lesson, I then, after taking photographs, tried to help.
Or was this the time where it went really badly? Or are they separate incidents? Either way works.
I would say separate incidents, because I wouldn't be in the car on fire.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Unless a car swerved to try not to hit you guys as you were having this fight in the street.
Yeah.
And rolled.
Yeah, it could still be, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Rose, have you thought of a...
Yes, so the great Mysterio, he practices his hypnotizing act on me, and he's not that great. And so the side effects of having poor hypnotism is that I now constantly see omens, and he seems to have learnt this through doing his poor hypnotism over me.
Okay, fun. I like that. All right, Phil, your second power question. All that effort's paying off. What have you been doing? Gain a positive tag like weightlifter or police detective or authority in your subcommunity.
Um, I have back home. I've got a gallery now, and so I have now got. Although there is a bit of a negative connotation, I do actually have. I've got a reputation for. I'm trying to think of a way to articulate this. I am seen as an artist of means and.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I'm trying to think of a way to kind of articulate this. So kind of like a. You have that kind of reputation as an artist where you walk in the room and the people who know you are actually pay attention. So I do have a little bit of social power now.
Okay, so reputation as an artist.
Yep.
Okay. Great.
It's kind of opened some doors, even though I actually don't have any money.
Yeah.
Rose knows of Phil's character and has been
Find a name,
trying to. He seems to have a bit of a reputation now, and she's trying to get his attention because she thinks the photos from him, photos of the act taken by him might help to promote the magic act and actually get her out of shitty jobs on cruise ships and propel her into showbiz.
Is Rose trying to get out of the double act and into the spotlight by herself?
Oh, yeah, it feels like it's evolving into that. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe then we've been kind of given a hot tip, and the reporter that was supposed to be with me hasn't actually shown up. So I'm having to try and write something myself. But I'm not really a writer, but I've been taking photographs of the act, and maybe there's some kind of maybe I've noticed that Rose is the one doing all the work, and so I'm on the edge of possibly destroying Mysterio's career.
Yeah.
Who's a slightly old and withering old man. So I'm thinking like sort of Paul Daniels and Debbie McGee kind of thing here. So it's like
They
old
were
man
young
magician.
Yeah.
Well, like an old man magician and a young, pretty assistant. And
I don't know who those people you mentioned are.
It's the idea that the magician, I knew you said wizard then. The magician's like 30 years the senior of the assistant, but they have kind of a pseudo romantic relationship. Actually, in the UK, this very well established magician who was like 20, 30 years older than his assistant, they did get married and they had a wonderful relationship. But it started off, my understanding, is just like a magician and assistant with a kind of 20, 30-year age gap.
All right. Yeah, I can definitely picture that and see why you would want to get the spotlight for yourself. Great. So this next question is optional. You all already have one negative tag, and now you can choose whether or not to gain a second one. So are you a risk taker, or do you prefer to play things safe? And if you play things safe, skip this question. If you're a risk taker, what went wrong in your life because you took a risk? Gain a negative tag like permanent limp or serious debts or someone has a grudge.
Certainly a risk taker, but I'm trying to work out what kind of negative tag.
And again,
assistants always get hurt. They're always the ones that are all cut up.
Yeah.
Has a bit of a fear of being in confined spaces, having been in confined spaces a lot.
Oh, okay. Claustrophobia.
And Fernando is agoraphobic.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how you interact in that regard. If you want to watch a horror movie about magic acts, I can think of at least 2 that I'll recommend. Magic, starring Jack Nicholson, is about a ventriloquist, and he actually learned ventriloquism for the role, and he's really good at it. And that one's a genuinely great movie. And then for an extremely ridiculous and cheesy movie, The Wizard of Gore, also an older one. It's great because not only is it ridiculous and enjoyable, but there's a magician style twist at the end.
I think that Chris Nolan movie, the name eludes me now.
The Prestige.
The Prestige. It's kind of has horror, at least psychological horror elements throughout it,
Yeah.
although you wouldn't guess that at the beginning.
Certainly.
I definitely do have an additional negative tag. I'm torn between having an enemy because I know that I definitely pushed it and destroyed someone's career at one point. But also, I like the idea that actually, even though I've got a, even though I have a studio, actually, all the money that I have is just trying to keep the lights on there because it's in a really nice place, and so I'm actually in crippling debt.
Okay.
If I actually stopped buying stuff and got rid of this studio, then I'd be fine. But because I'm trying to give the impression that I'm hugely successful, it comes at a cost.
Living beyond your means.
Yeah, just about making things meet, but having definitely nothing left at the end of the month. End of the week or however this guy gets paid.
Yeah.
Cash in hand for sure.
Well, if you're making money off of selling your goods, your art like that, you're not being paid on a regular schedule. You're only going to get paid when people buy things.
Exactly. So yeah, crippling debt, I think. I also don't have a name yet.
Yes, that is true.
I'm very happy to roll for that.
Sure.
D20?
Yeah, and would you like a feminine, masculine, or neutral name?
Let's keep it easy and go masculine. I've got a 9.
Liam.
Huh. And surname? D20 again?
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Goldberg.
I think everyone just calls me Goldberg.
Okay. And Bruce, would you like to gain another negative tag here? Or skip the question?
Yeah, I'll play it playing it safe as I go for a negative tag.
Okay, so you're playing it safe, so you're going to skip the question?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so for everybody, what is something you're good at that folks might not guess? Gain a positive tag like chess master or ballroom brawler or former sailor. Something that might come in handy on a boat. Who knows?
Former sailor does sound quite an odd one before he got attacked. He does know the knowledge, hence why he's on the boat.
Yeah.
I think I've got a really good sense of time and rhythm. So maybe like I'm actually a dancer or something, but like, so I've got a real sense of how the passing of time.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
Good sense of timing.
Yeah.
Okay. And Rose?
I don't know.
All right. You can roll for it.
Yeah, let's roll for it.
I love
4
random
and
rolls.
4.
You conduct seances.
Well, that fits.
Yeah. Okay. And this next question, Lord of Illusion was also a horror magic movie. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check that one out. I've not seen that one. So this next question is your last opportunity to gain another negative tag, if you would like it. You can also skip this one as well. So has anything else gone seriously wrong with your life? And if so, what is still affecting you? Gain a negative tag like I'm haunted by your past or by ghosts, or you're discriminated against by bigots, or you're cursed.
I think I still have nightmares. Going back to the burn scars thing. There was a kid in the car, and the split second it took for me to take those photos when I could have like run over and grabbed them.
Yeah.
And so like that's the reason why I'm kind of scared of fire, is that I'm having these nightmares and I just see their face.
Okay.
I would probably would have tagged that one in because I'm going to go with haunted by that image as well. The kid was actually somebody a part of the local church that I knew.
Yeah, so they
Part of his
swerved because
congregation. Yeah, if he was part of the congregation.
they swerved because they recognized you and rolled the car.
Yeah. All right. Spooky. Rose?
I absolutely hate the guy that I work with, the Great Mysterio.
That works. That makes sense. Okay. For all of you, what is a connection you particularly value? This is a connection with an NPC that we are going to create as part of this question. Gain a positive tag like parents with interesting jobs, or my pet dog, or drinking buddies.
It's got to be one of the people that gives me the room service because I'm often relying on them.
Okay, so a specific employee of the ship.
Yeah.
Do you want to roll for this person's name or come up with one, or?
Let's roll for his name.
Okay.
So it's going to be a D20. So I've got 16.
Evan.
Evan. And then roll for a surname, or
You can if you'd like. I'm not sure if you would necessarily know.
I'll just call him Evan.
surname.
Yeah, just get Evan the steward. Yeah.
Steward, that's the word. Yes. Great. Rose and Goldberg.
I think I spend a lot of time like at one of the bars.
Okay.
And the guy behind the counter, who knew who I was when I first came in, right? The the landlord or whatnot, knows a lot of my past. He remembers my work as a paparazzo, and I've been drowning my sorrows because I need to have a bit of a buzz on. I need to be slightly non-sober in order to sleep.
Landlord, that is such a
I can't think of the
British
right
way
word.
of referring to the
There's
bartender.
no land here. It's Sea Lord. Rah!
My instinct would be to call this person the bartender.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And,
Totally.
do you want to give me a name, or?
No, let's roll for it.
All right.
Roll a 1.
Masculine, neutral, or feminine?
Whichever you think sounds the most interesting.
Well, I'll just tell you the three of them, and you pick one, shall we?
If you like, sure.
Jan, Pat, or Adam?
Let's go with Adam.
All right. And Rose? Can't pick the Great Mysterio because you don't like him.
No. When not being tortured with being put in little boxes and poked with swords and whatnot by the Great Mysterio and hypnotized, she spends most of her time, and she has quite a strong bond with Tina Sparkle of the dancing duo that are also entertainers on the ship.
5 XP to anyone who can work out or who knows what movie Tina Sparkle's from. It's not a horror movie.
Just based on the structure of the name, I'm going to guess My Little Pony the movie.
No.
No, fair enough.
No.
It's from Strictly Ballroom, which is
Oh, yeah, I've heard
the
of that, but I haven't
Baz
seen it.
Luhrmann film.
It's
Yeah.
a great movie, actually,
Yeah,
but not
so-
very horror.
Baz
No.
Luhrmann is pretty great.
Yeah.
Okay, and for your 5th and final positive tag, what is your favorite thing about yourself? Gain a positive tag like I'm a good dancer, or I always have something useful in my bag, or my analytical mind. And I believe that Goldberg and Goldberg and Rose have both created bonds, but Fernando, I don't think you have.
No, I haven't.
And I've
Well,
only
I
written
would
down
say-
3 positive tags.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to get put in a box for a Magician's Act, Fernando would probably act volunteer, which Rose might.
Okay, yeah.
Loves
Yeah.
confined spaces.
Fernando is
Um,
always, because he doesn't go above deck that much. He's pretty much always in the hanging around the theatre and things like that. He's seen the acts, like the dancing duo and the magic show and stuff. He's seen them all multiple times.
Great.
So he's a known. He's a
Fernando
known
has a
face in the
backstage
crowd.
pass.
Backstage pass.
That's
Trust
great.
me, I'm a priest.
I seem to have only written down 3 positive tags, so I'm a little confused.
So my list of positive tags for you are a keen-eyed photographer, you have a reputation as an artist, you have a good sense of timing, you're friends with Adam the bartender.
That's a positive tag. Okay, yep. That's fine. I'd written that under bonds.
Oh yeah, no. So bonds are specifically between player characters.
Between players. Okay, cool. Yeah. Thank you. Kind of related to the keen eye for detail. I think. Oh no. Trying to work out how to articulate that. It doesn't quite work. Yeah, maybe I do carry a bag with loads of useless crap in it because it helps me to take a good photo or something to put my camera on or like a data recorder and that sort of stuff. My father used to be a photographer and he always just carries loads of rubbish around with him.
Great. And Fernando?
I'm just gonna think.
Sure. Rose?
Something I always carry around.
No, something, your favorite thing about yourself.
Oh, favorite thing about myself. I'm super flexible.
Okay. Oh, that'll come in handy with doing jujitsu.
There's something that I'm proud of. I have a tool for everything.
Okay, tool for everything. That's a good way of phrasing that.
Hopefully, if I roll well.
Well, yeah. So the way that works is,
I can imagine this almost be like MacGyvering kind of thing.
Sure, yeah. You when you're in a situation like if and you are going to roll, for instance, to face peril, you can say like, okay, I'm going to invoke my tool for everything tag, and then you're going to try to use one of your tools to help you get out of the situation. And if you roll 7 or above, then you at least partially succeed. If you roll a 6 or below, then your negative tags or whatever else is in play will overwhelm that.
Nice.
Yeah. And I've got down constructive debater.
Constructive debater? Is that what you said?
Debating for it.
Debate skills. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And for your final tag, everyone, this is a wild tag. What is something that you like about yourself that some people consider a character flaw? Gain a wild tag like, I know I'm gorgeous, or I'm the life of the party, or I'm convinced I'm the smartest person in the room.
Can I do a random roll for that?
Absolutely.
2 and a 1.
I can whip anyone.
Yeah, you can.
I'll go with a
I'm-
random roll myself.
Yeah. I like that. I'm imagining you're like this, young, fit, you're, professional entertainer. You do jujitsu. You're very flexible, and you're just like, I'm surrounded by old biddies. I could kick anyone on this ship's ass. Fernando, what did you get?
I got a 4 and a 1.
I have great luck.
I got mugged.
I've got an idea, but I'll roll as well.
Okay.
3 and a 5.
You're impulsive.
Sure, let's go with that.
All right. Okay, so on our cruise ship, we have here today Goldberg, the traumatized photographer, Fernando, the also traumatized former priest, and Rose Salazar, the social climbing magician's assistant. Great. So we finished character and setting creation, and now I would like to take a brief break so that I can let all these pieces settle in my mind, and then we will return with the inciting incident.
And we're back. So I'll just bring the cast back on. We have just finished character creation for Fear of the Unknown. And that was a lot of fun. And now we're going to embark on our cruise. I'm really excited by this to see what happens in this game, by the way.
Great. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the character creation process.
That was fun. And yeah, people who are watching in the comments, what are you thinking? How did you find that? Let us know. If you're watching live, then let us know now. Otherwise, let us know in the future past.
Yeah, I always love how, like, at the end of this, we came in with no preconceived notions. I had no idea this was going to be set on a ship. And now look at this, like, really precise and specific setting and interconnected characters and relationships between them and everything.
It's going to be fun.
So,
by the way, just very quickly, if you have enjoyed this, please hit like, please subscribe, all that sort of stuff, especially if we're on YouTube. That helps us to level the channel up, and we all want to level the channel up because, we want to get that next ability unlocked, whatever that is.
So, it is the afternoon. Rose, you and the Great Mysterio put on 2 shows a day, one in the sort of late morning and one in the evening. And your first show of the day has just ended. The Great Mysterio has retired to rest, and the 3 of you are yes, the 3 of you are in that general area. There's the one sort of like theater room, which has the bar in it. It's used for all of the different things. The next group, which is going to put on like a children's puppet show, is beginning to set up. And at the moment, there isn't a lot of like customers of the cruise here. It's mostly crew, though there are still a few customers milling about. But most people are going upstairs, trying and failing to find seats on the deck where they can keep their eyes out for dolphins. What are each of you doing?
So Rose is sitting at the bar, drinking a martini. It's probably about sort of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So maybe sort of 1-ish or something. And she's there already drinking. Martini on the go, and she's just sort of tutting to herself and inspecting the slight nicks and scrapes that she's got from having had to do yet another getting inside a box and being skewered with swords trick, and yet again the great stereo has not quite got it right, and as he's skewered through the box, he's caught her arm, and she's and noticed that the costume's ripped and she's got a bit of a graze, and so that's what she's up to.
With a ripped costume, you might want to repair that before the next show, or you might not. Depends. The Great Mysterio is probably going to notice and be annoyed by that, and chew you out. And you're mulling over whether which is worse, putting in the effort to repair it or getting chewed out by the Great Mysterio. Great. Goldberg and Fernando, what are you two doing?
I think Fernando was definitely going to be sitting in the hall trying to stay there, even with the puppet show being set up. He'll have for drinks, because he's probably not really drinking alcohol. He'll have a Shirley Temple cocktail. That's his thing.
Great.
And he's reading, and he's reading up Rime of the Ancient Mariner. It's about so he's having to read that. Let's get a bit of a bit with the old books in there. Sitting there.
Awesome. So you're just chilling there, not partaking of alcohol, but partaking of refreshments in other ways. And Goldberg, what are you doing?
So Goldberg, I've just changed my roll of film. This is the 80s, so 35mm film. And as Rose has discarded this paper napkin that's got blood all over it, I've taken that and I've composed a shot with the cocktail glass and the napkin. I've managed to just place the napkin slightly under the glass, and she puts it down, and I've got this perfectly framed shot with her arm with blood trickling down it and the napkin, and I'm just thinking about what to caption that photograph as. I think that might be the shot. It's the one shot that shows that the Mysterio is no longer the artist that he once was.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. So as you're in turn nursing a drink, composing a shot, or nursing a different drink, the people who are setting up the puppet show have finished doing that, and the next crowd is starting to make their way in, and so this is a cruise with wide variety of folks on it, and one of the things that the family age people really like having about this cruise is that there's a sort of daycare thing that they can drop their kids off and then go and relax on their own. And so there's a sort of daycare teacher who herds the children around to the different events, and she's herding in the kids to this to the puppet show performance, and she's doing her best to keep an eye on all of them, but looking around, and doing, counting coup the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12. Where's Billy? Oh no, where is Billy? She can't find him. She's missing one of the children that she's supposed to be keeping an eye on, but there's no she's missing one of the children, but she can't afford to go up and search for the kid on her own right now. She has to keep track of the other 12. It'll be complete chaos if she abandons those 12 just for the one. Keeping them in their seats for the next 15 minutes before the puppet show begins is a hard enough task already, even if she's not going to leave the area. So she's looking around desperately for someone who has a spare moment who might help her look for the kid.
Oh, well,
Rose looks up, and having patted down the blood, she sort of looks up and waves over at the teacher, who
Yeah.
who she knows. This is Gina. She's always doing the kids stuff. And Rose just sort of waves, but and sort of does a kind of thing as she sees that Gina's looking all sort of, oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. As soon as you make eye contact with Gina, she makes a simultaneously slightly relieved and pained expression and gestures for you to come over, and whisper in your ear in a way that is clearly designed not to draw attention to herself, but she's also bad at being subtle, and therefore clearly does to any adults watching, and explains the situation to her, that she can't find Billy. And you know who Billy is. He's of the children, he's probably the one who enjoys the magic show the most. And so you would recognize him if you saw him for sure.
He's the small ginger-haired kid, the annoying one with the ginger
Yes,
hair.
well, I mean, he's definitely ginger. I wouldn't say that second part myself ever, but yes, yeah, that's Billy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. He's definitely
Yeah.
not here.
Yeah. Could you
Where'd you last
please?
see him?
She well, the children. Let's see. I know I saw him this morning when everyone checked in. The children have sort of they don't go to every magic show, but they go to like every other day. This morning was not one of the days where the children normally come to the magic show, but it is instead it's the sort of unstructured but supposedly supervised time. But I might have lost track of him then. I'm not sure if I remembered exactly. I would have been able, if I'd been paying attention, I would have been able to keep track of him. She's clearly kicking herself about this.
Okay. Don't worry. You sit with the others. I'll round up some bums from around the bar, and we'll see if we can find him. I mean, he can't have gone far. It's a ship. It's not like he's gone any further than like maybe above or below a couple of decks.
Yeah,
Fine.
certainly hasn't wandered off to the next town.
No, exactly.
Great.
And with that, Rose sort of, don't worry, Gina, don't worry, and sort of heads back to the bar and sort of arms round the other two and go, Fernando, I know you're always in my shows. You're a great patron of the magical arts. And Goldberg, yeah, I know you.
All right. So
Can I help?
that sounds like you. Oh, yes. Sorry. I jumped the gun there. Goldberg and Fernando, are you going to participate in the search?
Well, missing child is certainly a big concern. I'm more than happy enough to help inside this area. Like maybe play for a little scam under the table, perhaps, or
Great.
under the cloth. Yeah, because he will never go outside. In fact, I think it's purely a fact he will be inside somewhere. Never be out of debt.
I was promised that this was going to be a kid-free cruise. Like, you know, I get it. Like, that woman's your friend, fine. Yeah, you know, I don't want to see anyone in pain, but I'm still like, why are there even kids here anyway? This was supposed to be an adults-only cruise.
Ah,
I was mistold, by the way, and it was like someone got me the ticket and told me, yeah, no worry, don't worry, there's no kids there, it'll be fine.
yeah, and
but
the
they were
person
clearly lying, and that's why the seats were, or the tickets were so cheap.
the person who told you that didn't think of themselves as lying, because you could avoid the children. All you have, I mean, the children are going to be in the daycare. All you have to do is never go to any of the events that the daycare kids are going to at the same time, and then you'll never see them. So,
child free asterisk.
I mean, honestly, do you think they're going to put on a saucy puppet show for the kids? No, it's not that sort of thing.
All right. So it sounds like you have a question that you would like the answer to, and like the three of you are cooperating on it. So now, because you have a question you want to find the answer to, that means that we are going to do the investigate move. And because the three of you are cooperating on it, Fernando and Goldberg are going to assist Rose, which is a mechanic that is in the full rules but is not explained in the quick start. So here's how that works. When multiple people are cooperating on a move, you pick one of them to be the lead, which in this case would be Rose. And so, Rose, you are going to be the one who rolls the dice and then makes the decision. And Fernando and Goldberg, you are going to assist. And so how that works is between the three of you, you can select up to 3 positive or wild tags that you would like to use to build this scene together. So this game, like I said, is meant to emulate horror films. And so one thing that structurally is a bit different about this than a lot of other role-playing games is that it is divided up into scenes. And so we don't need to play out every single moment of your character's lives over the course of this. Instead, we can simply jump from one scene to the next as though it were a movie. And so one of the main things that the investigate move does is it helps us build the next scene. And so Fernando and Goldberg, because you are assisting, you each can contribute 1 tag. And Rose, you can contribute, in this instance, you can contribute only 1 tag because there's 3 of you cooperating on this. But if, for example, it was only Rose and Goldberg doing this, then Rose, you could pick up to 2, and Goldberg could still only contribute 1. So what positive or wild or setting tags would you like to pick to use?
So could I go with so I said I was a magician's assistant, and I think with that comes a sense of calm that you have to have, being part and parcel of being an assistant. So I'd like to contribute my positive tag of a sense of calm. So I was very calm with Gina, and we're going to have a very calm, sort of easy look for this child. It's fine. They haven't gone far.
Sure. So just a note on mechanics. I don't have a sense of calm written down for you. Your justification for why be your magician's assistant tag would help you maintain a sense of calm in this stressful situation makes total sense, and that is a good reason to use the magician's assistant tag. But it is that tag that you are using.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So there's one of the 3 is the magician's assistant.
Say knowledge of being a former sailor, knowledge of ships where a child might enjoy going.
Yeah, you know where all like the little nooks and crannies are likely to be that a kid might end up. That makes sense. And Goldberg, how about you?
For me, the sense of timing. I've got an idea of exactly how long it would take for a kid to get X number of, well, so far in such an amount of time. So if we have an idea of when, sorry, I've forgotten the name of the NPC, but when she last saw the kid, then we have an idea of kind of roughly how far around the ship the kid might have gotten.
Sure. Yeah, that's Gina, the daycare teacher, and
Gina,
Billy,
that's
the
right,
little
yeah.
ginger kid.
I mean, I would have called him Redhead, but fine. Gina.
Okay. Great. I am going to invoke. So because you all are cooperating on this check, I can invoke not just not just Rose's negative tags, but also any of yours. And so I am going to invoke. I'm just noticing that Liam and Fernando both have, like, Liam, I wrote down nightmares about dead kids, and Fernando, I wrote haunted by images of dead kids. So very, very similar
Same
things
damn
there.
kid as well.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll just invoke that, like, one of those as a single thing. Mechanically, it doesn't matter which one I select. And Rose, I will invoke your claustrophobia because ships do have a lot of small spaces in them. So because I invoked 2 negative tags and you all are cooperating on this roll, all 3 of you gain 2 humanity. So go ahead and mark that down. And then Rose, because you've got 3 positive tags and 2 negative tags, you're rolling with a total of +1. So roll 2d6 and add 1.
So that's 5, 6, 7, 8 in total.
Great. So take a look at the investigate move and look at the, you landed in the 7 through 9 range. So take a look at that. And now I get to explain one of the mechanics of the game. You'll see, in addition to the clue you get for hitting, you may choose one. So yes, you are going, so here's clues and selections, 2 different things. Your initial question was, where is Billy, the lost kid? So I'm going to give you a clue about that question. In addition, you can pick one of those options. And Goldberg and Fernando, because you assisted Rose and Rose rolled at least a 7, you each get to ask a follow-up question. And so then looking at the 3 options there, you'll notice that 2 of those options have a circle next to them, and the final one has a dot next to it. The options that have a circle next to them, when you select that option, you have to mark it off, and then you cannot select that option again until you recover it. The options with the dot next to them, or in this case, there's only one option that has a dot next to it. You can pick that option anytime that you roll 7 through 9 on investigate, and whereas the circle options give you an extra good thing that happens, the dot option does not give you that, and indeed something bad happens, but it lets you recover the other 2 options.
So I think I'd pick you find something useful during your investigation, which is one of the circle options. So I shall scrub that one.
Great. So you're looking for the excuse me. You're looking for the kid, and you search around a good deal of the ship, sort of starting at the daycare center and spiraling outwards, and you're not having any luck, at least for a good long while. Fernando, you, um, as a former sailor, you're looking in all the little nooks and crannies, but you're not finding anything. Liam, it was your choice to spiral out from the daycare center because you've got the sense of time. You're like, okay, well, he's got to start here and go somewhere from there. Um, but then Rose, you start. You're keeping an eye on your watch because you have another performance that you need to do in the evening, and it is actually when you go back to uh, the theater hall that you spot your first clue. You see a few drops of blood near the side of the stage and near the backstage where people would where performers would go. So Goldberg and Fernando, you both get to ask follow-up questions, and Rose, you get to find something useful, which you don't have to do right this moment. You can wait for the follow-up questions, as do it in whatever order the three of you choose.
I shall wait for the follow-up questions.
When you said that we saw blood, I mean, is it like one spot or?
You.
Well, let me explain where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Is there enough blood? I mean, only like a few spots, I guess, to be able to gain an idea of a direction. Like, are they in a line, for example, that could be kind of followed?
Yeah. So yes, yeah, you can follow it, and it does definitely lead backstage. So it's not whatever this is not from I don't know where I was going with that sentence. Yes, it leads backstage.
Does it lead from the stage? Could it be from Rose's arm?
It could be. Yeah. I mean, that's plausible. Rose, that doesn't perfectly line up with your memory of things, but you also weren't like paying super precise attention.
Also, might not have kind of suggested
might
if it
have.
was hers or not.
Well, I mean, you do know that Rose cut her arm earlier. Like,
Yeah.
you saw that, and so you're like, okay, there's blood. It could be from this source of blood that we know
Yeah.
about, or perhaps, the kid cut himself and then went backstage to look for help, or perhaps.
So maybe I'll
option.
kind of shout over to Rose and go, "Hey, Rose, did you exit stage left or stage right?" And then GM can decide how relevant that is. Over to Bruce.
Yeah, so we've got a trail of blood.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we didn't find anything inside, but if we were to follow that trail of blood, is there anything?
Yeah. So you guys did follow. That was basically that's how I interpreted Goldberg's question. So it leads backstage. And so that was, and then Phil had the idea for an additional follow-up question of which way did Rose leave earlier? Was it stage left or stage right? And if you would like, you could use that as your follow-up question, in which case I will answer it. And
because I would probably watch the show, made a memory of it.
So this blood is on stage left, and Rose exited stage right.
Right. Yeah.
So you are confident that this is not from her.
No, that's not her blood. She exited stage right. This is stage left. So I don't think anybody exited stage left when I saw.
No. So Rose, so the three of you are backstage now. Rose, you have access to everything that would be kept backstage. That you could select as a temporary tag to gain. A temporary tag is a wild tag that typically the way that it would work is that you would be able to invoke it some number of times as a positive tag, and then at some point I will go, I think I want to get rid of this temporary tag, and I will invoke it as a negative tag, and then it will go away. And so, for example, if the tag was a gun, you could perhaps fire it once or twice, and then I will invoke it as a negative tag and be like, you pull the trigger and it just clicks and you're out of ammunition. And so instead of like tracking the number of bullets that you find, I will pick a dramatically appropriate moment for it to fail.
Yeah, I think a temporary tag of being very familiar with the backstage location sounds very sensible.
Okay, yeah, temporary tag, familiar with the backstage. And indeed, so you know where speaking of familiar with the backstage, you know where the Great Mysterio always enters from, and indeed, he is arriving from there, looking well refreshed from his afternoon nap that he always takes, because being like a 90 or something year old man,
I'm 93, you know.
Oh, he refuses to say how old he really is, and if anyone presses him on the matter, he like makes up a different number each time. He's like, I'm
yeah, he's
1,000
anything.
years.
Yeah, he's own everything and anything from 60 to 1,000.
Yeah. Oh, not just
that's
60.
why he's the
Sometimes,
Great Mysterio.
yeah. Not just 60. Sometimes if like a child presses him, he'll be like, I'm 15 and this is what magic does to your body.
I spot him coming and try and herd us in the opposite direction so we don't come across him, because we've still got a couple of hours before the next performance that I have to give, and I really don't want to have to cross paths with him any more than I need to.
Okay. So I was imagining that actually it was relatively soon until your next performance, and that's why he's coming back here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
But you can still like try to usher the people out, because you know him. He will be really annoyed at having non-performers backstage. You're ruining the magic of the theater. So yeah, you try to scoot your friends / acquaintances into like a dark corner where he won't notice them, and then and indeed you do you find a nice little hiding corner where nobody would think to look, and indeed nobody had looked earlier, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4 of you are hiding there in the corner. Goldberg, Fernando, Rose, and Billy the little ginger kid is in the corner here. And now I need for all three of you to roll to encounter true horror upon finding Billy's desiccated corpse.
I really thought you were being anti-ginger kid for a second. Roll for horror. That was really mean.
Oh.
Sorry, by the way, sorry to our redhead friends.
Sorry,
what are we rolling, like 2d6?
Yes. So for Encounter True Horror, you roll 2d6 and add your current amount of horror, which at the moment is 0. So roll 2d6 and add 0. And on this, higher numbers are more dangerous. And if you look at the different ranges, you'll notice there's an extra range on this that isn't on the other rolls, which is 13 or higher. You cannot possibly roll that this time, but you might next time.
So I rolled 4.
Total of 4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's great. So because you encounter true horror, after your roll, you gain a horror. So that's true for all of you. So go ahead and mark that down. And because you rolled a 6 or below on encounter true horror, because you rolled a 6 or below on any move, you gain a foreboding.
Ooh, so I get to fill in a circle
And
under foreboding as well.
yes, and this is just Goldberg right now. And because you rolled a 6 or below on Encounter True Horror, nothing else happens. You see the kid and you're startled and horrified, but you don't freak out or anything like that.
I reach for my camera.
Of course. Rose and Fernando, how about you?
I got a
Fernando.
3.
Sorry, let's go Fernando first.
I got 8.
Okay, so not quite as good, but still not terrible. So take a look at the 7 through 9 options, or rather, I say not quite as good. I really mean not quite as safe.
Yeah.
So take a look at the 7 through 9 options and pick one of those. You've got the same circle ones that you have to mark off and dot that you can pick anytime. And remember that you gain a horror. And Rose, how are you doing?
I got a 3, so I similar to
Yeah, same result as
typical.
Goldberg.
Yeah. Yep.
So Fernando, which option looks appealing?
I'm going to go with the first one. You notice something useful in fear and gain a clue. Perhaps you spot something, potential weakness.
All right. So ask a question about what you have encountered and mark this off.
So something that, because we've witnessed Billy's body, it's a grey body, something that doesn't marks a clue of how he died. Is there a
Yeah.
special
So
marking on his body that you can definitely tell that is not right?
yeah. So in terms of how he died, his body is desiccated, which means lacking in moisture. If you didn't know better, you'd say he was like a mummy or a really old, really short man. The color has been drained out of him, even from his hair has been shocked white. And so, yeah, all the fluid seems to have gone from his body. But you're not quite sure where it's gone. You saw, I mean, there's a little bit of blood on the floor, but not nearly this amount. And that concludes the scene created by the Encounter True Horror move. And so now, do you have any new questions that you would like to try to find the answers to, which you can which we can then create further scenes using the investigate move? You all can cooperate on more of them, or you can split up and search for clues, as the saying goes. And a fun fact about how the system works, it's not relevant in this game because there's only 3 of you, but if there are more of you, then the system would really incentivize you to split up when you search for clues, because at most 3 of you could contribute tags to a single investigate roll. And so, like, if there were 5 of you, splitting into at least 2 groups would be more efficient. And that you were talking about I just forgot the word. Gameplay, stories, emergent gameplay, emergent narratives. That's a thing where I didn't, when coming up with the mechanics, I didn't have that in mind. I was just like, 3, 3 is the most that you can add, that because otherwise the math stops making any sense. And how is this going to handle larger groups? Oh, well, it turns out it's going to naturally cause them to follow the tropes of the horror genre.
Nice.
It's a happy accident, as it were.
I think the question that really needs asking now is, oh my God, what did this to Billy? Could this possibly have happened? So I think it's how
I
do we
certainly
go
want to
about
look around
working
and
it?
see if there's any obvious, like, are there any obvious paths away from Billy? Like, are there any footprints? Is there any kind of disturbances in dust kind of thing? Is this backstage area really well cleaned and dust free, like it's, you know, any other kind of area of a really well maintained cruise ship? Or in fact, is this more like a dusty old theater where, like, you know, there's almost like a half-inch thick layer of dust on most areas, apart from the bits that are kind of frequently used?
All right.
And I've not been back here before, so I don't know the answer to that at this point.
Okay. Yeah. So the way that I'd like this to work is decide between the three of you, decide, like, are two of you going to investigate in one manner and one of you going another way? Are you each three of you doing your own thing? Are all three of you collaborating again? I will tell you that Rose, the Great Mysterio, has not yet seen this. None of you like freaked out and screamed or anything like that. And his position is, Rose, get the hell over here. We have a show to put on. So tell me how you're dividing this up. And we can get into the specific questions once you like make the investigate roll.
Because my immediate thought is informing the captain.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. So Fernando,
Because-
you want to leave and go find the captain. Goldberg, it sounds like you want to investigate your immediate surroundings. Rose, you are being called away to go perform. Are you going to do that?
I think I'm going to have to. I think
Okay.
I'm going to have to go and perform.
The show must go on.
Yeah, I think the hassle I will get if I don't will outweigh the spending the next hour
Great.
performing, or
Yeah, so
whatever the length of the performance is.
yeah, so
while my colleagues investigate further.
Yeah. So one of the things about this, because this is like a film, something that often happens. Oh, sorry. Give me a moment. So one of the things, this is a narrative role-playing game, and one of the things that sort of distinguishes that perspective from a more traditional role-playing game is that you can think of, in a traditional role-playing game, the players are actors who are playing one specific character, and the GM is the writer-director who comes up with the story and sort of shepherds everyone through it. And in Fear of the Unknown, you can think of it as the GM is still the director who tries to, control the flow of action, and the players are still actors who portray a specific character, but we're all in the writer's room together. And so when in a traditional role-playing game, if you want your character to learn something, you really have to have your character actively seek out that information. Whereas in Fear of the Unknown, you can think of the kinds of scenes that occur a lot in horror and mystery things where, without even intending to, the characters stumble upon a clue. And so the way that we would do that is, for instance, Rose, even though your character, or excuse me, Aaron, even though Rose is not actively searching, Aaron, since you are writing Rose's story here, you can come up with a question that you would like Rose to potentially encounter a clue about during the performance. And so you can have your performance be an investigate check, even though Rose is not actively, deliberately investigating, because it is a scene where information might be revealed. Does that all make sense? Or I can't hear you. I believe you're muted.
Yes,
Great.
makes sense, and I have an idea.
Excellent. Yeah, so let's do each of your activities for the three of you as different investigate checks. And Rose, let's start with you. What do you have in mind?
So during the performance, Mysterio is going to do his half-assed, terrible hypnosis on me. You're getting sleepy, and part of it, I see omens. I constantly see omens, and I get a vision. I get
Ah,
a vision of
so
something of yeah, it's some
if I
kind
may
of omen.
if I may interject about the
Mm,
mechanics, you constantly seeing omens is a negative tag. This will never help you unless you adjust it later using one of the revelations. Then you can turn a negative tag into a wild tag by spending 3 humanity, for example. Um, but I am more than happy to invoke the "You Constantly See Omens" negative
yeah.
tag to make bad things happen for you. I am also going to invoke the fact that you hate the Great Mysterio, and he is pressuring you to put on a performance mere moments after you saw what is possibly the first dead body you've ever seen. Um,
Yeah. Yeah,
so
and
would
a
you
completely desiccated small child at that.
indeed? So quite horrifying.
Yeah.
Would you like to invoke any positive tags?
Um, the only thing I could possibly invoke, I think, is Magician's Assistant again, and that whole sort of trying to put on a brave face and have a sense of
Yeah,
calm and,
yeah.
show
So
must go on.
you can certainly invoke that. That makes perfect sense. You're literally that is the job you're doing in the scene. Um, Also, for example, you could invoke Sparkle of the dancing duo, who are also entertainers on the ship. Perhaps they're going to be going on after you, so she's here,
Mhm.
getting ready in the back room. Um, you can think of these tags not just in terms of what is already in the scene, but what you would like to pull into the scene.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah. So with having Tina and her partner coming on afterwards, they're going to be around in the backstage, definitely. And can I pull in a third one?
yes, you can.
I'm thinking the conduct seances. I'm wondering if there's
Ah,
something around
yeah,
that.
yeah. All right,
Uh,
great.
I'm
So,
thinking I might conduct a seance after the performance to try and help me
yeah.
understand what's going on.
So because I have invoked 2 of your negative tags, you gain 2 humanity, and you're rolling with a total of +1. And so because all 3 of you are doing investigate checks, the way I like to structure this to keep the spotlight from being on one person for too long is we like sort of set up each one, like set up one and then go to the next and set that one up and go to the next, set that one up, and then go back and resolve the first one. So the setup is the tags we've invoked that you see omens and you're mad at the Great Mysterio, but you are putting on the show as the magician's assistant. Your friend Tina Sparkle of the dancing duo is there, and you conduct seances. So go ahead and roll and start looking at the possible options for whatever you roll. And let's
Mhm.
move on to Fernando.
Okay. So I think I'm going to try and look for probably not the captain, but ideally get hold of or inform the captain or some senior officer. Certainly going to get hold of Evans, the steward. He'll know.
Yeah, so that's 3 tags right there. Evan the steward, the pretentious captain, and the ship's officers. Um, Great, there you go. I will invoke your haunted by images of dead kids tag. So gain a humanity, because I mean you just that's why I'm putting dead kids in the game, is because you guys have that. And roll with a total of +2.
Okay.
And then take a look at the options for whatever you rolled. And if you roll a 6 or below, you don't pick from those options. I do. So I saw what looks like a look of disappointment on your face.
Well, it's the +2 puts it up to 7. So
Oh, well, great then. Just barely making it. And Goldberg, let's set up what you're doing.
So yeah, I'm backstage still. I'm looking to see if I can work out. And specifically, what I'm looking for at this stage, pun not intended, is yeah, I know, right?
I didn't get it until you pointed it
No,
out.
I didn't get it until I said it, and I'm like, oh god. But I'm looking for any evidence of someone other than us that might have been back here that maybe shouldn't be. Like,
Okay.
for the evidence of someone who doesn't know backstage, or if anything's been dropped that doesn't look like it belongs.
That makes sense.
So in terms of positive tags, eye for detail, and perhaps tool for everything. Maybe I grab like a mag light or something like that.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm definitely. I'm going to invoke your nightmares about dead kids, and I'm going to invoke your wild tag that you are impulsive.
Yeah, and specifically, my nightmare is about like kids on fire, and this kid has been desiccated, so there's no moisture left. So kind of looks like
he's flammable now.
Oh, really? Oh,
well,
really?
I mean, yeah. I'm not sure that's literally true.
No, impulsive.
That's the sort of thought that that comes into your mind.
Yeah. So
great,
impulsive as a negative or as a positive?
It is a wild tag, which means that either one, you can invoke it as positive and I can invoke it as negative. And in this instance, I'm invoking it as negative.
Okay.
So go ahead and gain 2 humanity and roll with, I believe you invoked 2 positive tags. So
yeah, and you did 2 negative. So that
right,
kind of.
So roll with +0.
+0. Okay. Sorry, what did I gain as?
You invoked your
negative tag. I got 2. I got 2 humanity.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
So I roll, and that's a 7.
Oh, great. Okay, cool. So we'll get back to you in a moment. Rose, what did you roll?
I rolled 10 in total.
Great. So take a look at the 10 through 12 options and pick one of those. Or sorry, the 10 or above options.
Under investigate.
Yes.
I find an additional clue.
Great. So what is the first question you're asking? The first thing you would like to be revealed in this scene?
What could have done that to Billy?
Yeah. So you're thinking about it. You're familiar with sort of like trick gadgetry and stuff as a magician, and you have time to think while you're going through the routine of a performance where you don't even have to say anything that you've done 1,000 times. If it was like a machine doing it, you would have to have like a really powerful pump on it, and certainly like the ship does have really powerful pumps. If somebody like jury rigged something that was connected to that, and then like an intravenous sort of thing, that might do it. But if they weren't using part of the ship's equipment, if they had like a separate machine that was doing it, it would have to run off of a powerful generator, which would be very loud. So there's your first question, and you wanted to ask a follow-up.
Yeah. Why would someone do that? Okay, he's an annoying ginger kid, but why would you do that to a child?
Well, it's certainly an effective way of murdering someone. The other option would be that someone, well, it could, in theory, like, well, I mean, when you think about it, like you were thinking like maybe it was an accident. Well, no, that really doesn't, there's no way that this could accidentally happen.
Yeah.
So really just either like a particularly gruesome way of killing him, or perhaps someone had like some use for his vital fluids, precious bodily fluids, as they say in Dr. Strangelove. Okay. So you're contemplating that as you do your performance. Meanwhile, Fernando is going to try to get help. What did you roll, and what are you choosing?
So I got a 7. I think while he's looking for help, he finds something useful during the investigation.
Okay.
So to gain a temporary tag.
All right. And while you're looking for help, what is the question you'd like to try to get some information about?
A clue where Billy was actually taken from. Maybe something's dropped off. Was Billy picked up? Like he dropped a shoe, or did the killer drop something before we start seeing the blood trail?
You don't see anything indicating that he came from somewhere else. It almost seemed like it indicates to you that he was probably killed there backstage.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you can pick the temporary tag for the thing that you find, or you can hold off and do that. Since you were going to get the ship's officers and the captain, perhaps they, you grab I don't know what sort of security tools they would have on a ship, like a billy club, or no pun intended, or you could write the temporary tag as being like a posse or something like that, because you're rounding people up to invest because there's been a murder. I'll let you choose, and while you're thinking about, I'll let you choose. The mechanics are that you choose whenever you gain a tag, positive, negative, or anything like that. You, the player, are always the one who picks it, which is, if I may take a brief moment aside to talk about the game design a bit, this is sort of the part of the built-in safety tools that something that people both find like objectionable just because it's like not as interesting gameplay, and also often objectionable because it's like can be traumatizing, is a thing that happens in a lot of horror games where it's like, bad thing happened to you, now I'm going to roll for a random mental illness that you get, and that sort of thing never happens in Fear of the Unknown, because you, as a player, are always the one who picks whatever tags that you get. And so if you get traumatized and you have to pick a negative tag for that, the mechanics will tell you that you have to pick a negative tag, but you, the player, will always choose what that negative tag is. So while you're thinking about what temporary tag you'd like to pick, and we'll resolve you getting the ship's captain and officers, because I think that will make a big dramatic change once that happens. We'll resolve Goldberg before that. So Goldberg, tell me about your role. You got a 7, I believe. You were muted.
There we go. I did get a 7. And I think I will go for the additional clue.
Great.
Opposed to finding
Yeah. And sorry, something that hasn't really been super important, but is worth knowing. You actually don't necessarily have to pick which of those things you want until after you get your initial clue.
Okay.
Okay. But so, what is your first question? You asked whether there were signs that there was someone unfamiliar with the backstage.
Right. Yes.
No, there are not. So there is not like a thick layer of dust everywhere, because this is an active ship, and if there's one thing that ships are, it is damp. And so it is difficult for dust to accumulate in a damp environment. And this is a heavily trafficked area, because several times a day, several people, and it's also a relatively small and cramped area, because one, because it's a ship, and two, because it's a backstage part of the ship. And so any sort of crew quarters or things like that, are service channels, things like that, are always very small and cramped in working ships like this. So you think that you probably would be able to tell if someone who wasn't familiar with this area had been here, and you don't see any signs of that.
Okay. My second question, given that this is mid-afternoon and therefore no one can easily kind of, well, I would presume that there's not many people coming kind of backstage from the stage area other than obviously people trafficking backwards and forwards who actually were on the stage, like the puppet show, for example. That kind of limits the amount of time that would be available backstage to do a crime like this. So given that, I'm trying to think about exits from this area that are more easy to kind of come in and out from.
So I think I see what you're pointing at. So there are 3 performances in the day. There's a morning, afternoon, and evening. It is currently the evening. Today, the magicians are like the main attraction on the ship. So that the magicians perform in the morning and evening every day, and the afternoon is a different, it's a rotating sort of set of performers. Today it was the puppet crew. So the kid disappeared in the morning because he disappeared before the puppet performance. And there's a few hours in each performance is only like an hour long. So that's only 3 hours out of the day that are actively being used at the stage. So there were a few hours in between the first magic show and the puppet performance, and then a few hours in between the puppet performance and now. And as far as like entrances and exits, you can enter or exit from stage left or stage right. There is a changing room behind there's a changing room where people can go, to be in more private. And there is an access to the sort of back tunnels of the ship. Where which the crew uses to get around, and from there, those tunnels go and join up with all the other tunnels, and you can get from there to anywhere on the ship. As well as directly to the servants' quarters, the crew quarters, which includes like Rose. You are staying in a crew quarter.
So I guess what I'm trying to work out, and you don't need to answer this if I've had my question, but what I'm trying to work out is, do I think then that this would have happened before, or the fatality would have happened before or after the puppet show, given that I guess what I'm thinking is if it happened before the puppet show, then when the actors came on stage, they would possibly have found the body. Does that make sense?
Well, recall that the body was like tucked away in a dark corner. Like you guys didn't find the body until you tried to hide and ended up hiding in the same spot. So it is totally possible that busy, preoccupied performers
may have been here for hours. It's probably only now, but no, it won't smell because it's been desiccated. So there's no matter to rot almost.
And it's only been a few hours, and there's no there's no
and it's super salty
exposed to the air, and so simply a dead body that hasn't been butchered will not start smelling for at least a day. And you the kid disappeared before the puppet show because that is when Gina, the daycare lady, reported him missing. You are not certain whether he died then or not. And since this is me just reminding you of information you've already been given, I will say this does not count as your follow-up question.
Okay. Thank you.
Because you did already know that.
Okay, so then are there signs of are there any signs around the body of moisture being drawn out right next to the body, if that makes sense? So like this dehydrating thing, has that also dehydrated like the planks that make up the floor or any of the fabrics around that maybe have been kind of partially covering the body? Does it look like something has kind of taken all the moisture out of that whole surrounding area,
Uh,
or just of the pure body itself? You know, because
just the
it
body
could have been kind of
itself.
transported there in this condition, for example, or dehydrated
Yeah,
on site.
just the body itself.
Okay.
The whole ship is a little damp,
Yeah.
and especially like, well, the floors wood, the walls are typically metal,
Mhm.
and so like, you know how moisture accumulates on that,
Yeah.
and so it's clear that there is moisture there, and at this point, the kid's clothes have sort of sopped it up a little because he's been leaning against the wall for
Yeah.
hours.
But like the front is dry and the back is slightly wet, for example.
Well, the front is
Um,
like a normal amount of dry.
mhm.
Uh, uh,
Okay, so the clothes
it
are
is
completely normal.
but yeah, the clothes are normal, the environment is normal. It is the
The
kid's
actual
body.
body. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to at this point, I think I'm going to go and see if I can find Fernando
Okay.
and wait for all this to
Yes.
go to bed.
Well, so now I believe we have resolved all of your investigations except for Fernando going and recruiting a posse. That you, Fernando, you tell the captain and who tell like you go and find the captain, you know, on the bridge, and the cap and how does this play out? Are you like, you know, breathlessly running there and then
Oh yeah,
screaming that
yeah.
there's been a murder, or
There's child. Billy's been desiccated. It's horrible.
what? Desecration? Get your mind off that sort of thing, priest. This is a ship. Unholy things happen here all the time. And he like he's holding a glass of something that may or may not be alcoholic, and as you know, he's not at the helm. A shipmate is at the helm.
I feel this is almost the dramatic pulling my go up to him and pulling. My child has been killed. Grabbing him by the thing, smelling.
Yeah. Yeah, you're getting up in the captain's face and yelling about how a child has been killed. And his immediate reaction is a sort of like a "how dare you get up in my face" thing. But there are other crew members in the bridge who immediately react with shock and horror at this, and the captain, you know, after just a half a second, composes himself and is also horrified, and, you know, sort of gently pushes you away and says, what do you mean? Are you serious?
Yes,
A child died? How did they fall overboard? And
no,
he like snaps his fingers at one of the crewmates, who like goes and grabs a life preserver.
no. The boy dead. He was hiding in the backstage area. Something. The bodies. It's you have to see it yourself to believe it. It's something. I don't know what.
All right. He simultaneously takes the sort of contradictory actions of seeming to sober up a bit and slamming the rest of his drink and putting it down. And he quickly barks orders about people maintaining the bridge, and grabs two of the sailors to come with him, and tells you to show them what you found.
Yeah. So I'll head back down and we'll start showing. Leading back to the backstage pass to the area where we are. I no doubt we'll bump into Goldberg.
Yes.
Maybe.
And we're nearing
Maybe.
Yeah. The performance is still going on. And yeah, so tell me how you guys you're showed back up. Goldberg, do you bump into them? You
I
were
mean, he'll
backstage. Are
certainly
you
hear me.
I rolled a 3.
on just for your own amusement, you rolled a 3, or?
Yep. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just going to see whether or not I bump into them. And I think I missed them.
Okay, so
I
you
think I
head
take it up
out.
the staircase.
you head out to go try to find, like, unaware that Fernando has already gotten the captain. You head out
Yeah.
to try to find the captain, and pass. You exit the theater just as they enter through the other door. And
Yep.
okay, so you we'll get to what you're doing in a bit. Fernando, you take them backstage. On stage, Rose, the Great Mysterio, is like visibly annoyed at other people going backstage during his performance, but he doesn't let it like break his stride, and he continues to put on the show. But if they're going to like cause a ruckus back there, he's definitely going to get angry. Fernando, you're sorry, Rose. Did you want to do something?
Oh no, I was only to say that I can tell that he's getting more annoyed. We're now at that part in the show where he's just stuffed me in a box and he's going to start skewering swords through, and he's not very good at this anyway. And when he gets annoyed, he thrusts them through a little too hard and a little too quick, and so I'm sort of psyching up to sort of dodge out the way of them as they come through.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's like he has his eyes on the people going backstage as he's shoving the swords in. He's operating by feel and routine, because the two of you have done this quite a number of times. But yeah, and he's not really putting flair into his showmanship at this point. He's paying more attention to Fernando at all. So Fernando, you guys, you tell me what you're doing.
So it's leading up. The captain says, trying to describe the body to the captain, just can't get his head around what could cause it. They come into it and shows them in the corridors down there, the desiccated body. They'll point to it. So the big question is it there?
Yes, it
Because
is.
there's no Goldberg there, so that was it.
That's true. Yeah. Well, Goldberg has left. Nobody else has gone backstage in the interim. Or if they had, they would have had to come through the servants' entrance.
Okay.
But nobody has has disappeared with the body. It's still there. And so
Can I just say that because I'm impulsive, I've left my flashlight behind, so it looks like I've literally just vanished.
That's what I was going to go for in a minute. I was like, oh my God. Whatever's done this to Billy may have gotten Goldberg. Another passenger's danger.
yeah, the flashlight is sort of rolling back and forth on the ship's deck, and at the midpoint of its roll, it illuminates the child's corpse, and then the captain and the two crewmates see that, and the one of the crewmates, despite having an iron stomach for the tossing and turning of the ship in the waves, does not have an iron stomach when it comes to the seeing a dead body, and he vomits. Well, the other crewmate makes the sign of the cross on himself, and the captain steadies himself and catches his breath before turning around and saying, okay, the most important thing right now is that we don't cause a panic. We need to figure out what's happening here, and we need to put a stop to it. And we also need to not interrupt our passengers' pleasant voyage. So he points at the one who vomited and seemingly uncaring about his personal predilections, says, you stay here and keep an eye on this. You, he points at the one who did the sign of the cross. He says, you come with me. We're going to go inform the rest of the crew. Mr. Albert, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We will take it from here. And please don't speak of this with the other passengers.
But what about the boy's parents? They must know. They were already going to be worried.
Of course, I'll handle that. He
I
looks
think
like
I think I should be there to help them, console them.
he looks like uncomfortable with this, but says, but in an attempt to buy your further silence, he says, yes, if you insist, of course. I'm sure that a man of your cloth can provide some comfort in this time of grief. Yes. Let us go. I'll need to go determine what room they're in, but yes, we'll go and find them. And he tells the other crew member that this is to call an all hands meeting while he goes and takes care of this. So he's going to go with you and find the kid's parents. Meanwhile, the show is ending. Rose, you are the I'm going to say that the show ends, but you're still in the box with the swords, and the Great Mysterio is so annoyed by people going backstage during his performance that he forgets to let you out of the box while he goes and he turns the corner as Fernando, you're having this conversation with the captain, and he turns the corner and confronts you guys. So Rose, you can hear this confrontation, but you are stuck inside the box. And because you are claustrophobic, I'm going to say you have to encounter true horror for being stuck inside this box for longer than you expected to be.
Yep.
So roll 2d6 and add 1 because you currently have 1 horror.
9.
Okay, total of 9. Great. So gain another horror because you do that whenever you encounter true horror, and take a look at the options there. Meanwhile, Goldberg, you have gone to search for the captain. Tell me about what you're doing.
So all I've got in my head is obviously this kid, and I keep thinking about my nightmares that keep me awake at night, and the scars that are on my arms from where I took too long to hesitate before saving that kid are beginning to kind of tingle. And I know at this point the only thing I can do to distract from this burn is to hit the bar. So I get distracted. I'm going to go in to see Adam.
Okay. And we established earlier that the bar is in the theater.
Yeah. So I kind of come out and then duck around and then come back in at the other side. So there's like a side entrance to the bar, if you like. So I can't see the stage or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, and you certainly can't see backstage. That's the whole point of backstage.
Exactly.
And so you are at the bar. Do you want to try to learn? Do you, Phil, want Goldberg to learn something in while at the bar, or and do this as an investigate check? Do you just want to pause things for a moment to pause things for your character? I mean, while other characters do things, how do you want to handle that?
Now that you've posed that question, I'm looking at my character sheet and I see that I actually have 4 humanity. So I would like to spend 3 humanity on a flashback. Yes,
very good. Yeah, so absolutely. Take a look at the options there and pick one of them. Note that one of them is a circle, so you can only ever pick it. Excuse me, sneeze. So you can only pick that once because there's no way to recover that specific option. But go ahead and take a look at the other ones and pick one.
Yeah, I'm thinking we see an aspect of your character we haven't seen before. So I think it's a flashback. I think I've already established that I don't really like kids, and that I was really disappointed there's kids on this cruise. But actually, the flashback is that I grew up in a really big household, and I'm the oldest of like 7 kids,
Okay.
and that like maybe one of my parents passed away pretty early on, and so I took like a parental role with the
Yeah.
upbringing of the rest of the kids, and so
You had to take care of your siblings.
yeah, exactly. And so the reason why I don't like kids, especially with what's happened with with this flashback with the accident, is that actually I feel an overwhelming responsibility whenever the kids are around, that actually I really do care. And so my way to manage that is to not put myself in a position where I have to care.
Okay.
Does that
So,
make sense?
yeah, I'll say like feel responsible for protecting kids as a new positive tag.
Or as a negative? Either.
Well,
Oh, it's a
well,
positive fact. So
yeah. The point of
so it has to
the
be
idea with
positive.
the humanity
Yep.
is that you spend you gain humanity when
Yep.
your flaws are invoked, or when you have to take care of, or when you have to like um, overcome some sort of challenge
hmm
in the form of a negative tag being invoked, and then you spend humanity to improve your character in some way. It's the closest thing to a traditional
Yep.
experience point.
When I'm not working, I always put others first.
Okay, when I'm not working, I put others first. I'll do instead of
So
feel responsible for protecting kids.
um, kind of, yeah. So I'm thinking like if I don't have my camera in my hand, then I'm completely self-sacrificing.
All right. And I could see that being sort of related, where like part of the um, having a camera in your hand, there's sort of a journalistic code of ethics things where the story comes first. Li-
Exactly. Yeah.
Like I don't know if you in real life, if you are familiar with that famous photo of a hunched over starving African child that was in National Geographic.
Mm.
Um, the uh, the photographer who took that photo, like felt incredibly haunted by the fact that he took that photo instead of helping the child, and it like caused him psychological problems.
Yeah.
Um,
That's the kind of parallel that I've got with the kid that was on fire, and I took the photo rather than going to help them.
yeah, that
And then
makes
afterwards,
sense.
I'm like, shit, hang on, and I tried to run in and save them and fail.
Okay, yeah. So we have this flashback to you as a child having to take on this parental role, taking care of your your siblings. Um, and then we cut back to you. We start that shot with you like looking down at your drink. We have the flashback, and then we cut back to the same shot of you looking down at your drink, except now there's much less drink in it.
Yeah.
um
And I put my camera in my bag.
all right, all right. Then you'll not be invoking that photographer tag much until you change that, of course. um and Fernando and Rose. Rose, you're trapped inside of a box. Fernando, you are backstage, but Rose, you can overhear what's going on with Fernando. Um, and so, what? Sorry, did we resolve the your encounter true horror? I know you rolled
So
for it, but did
I rolled for it and I got a 9.
okay?
And of the options there, I think the one that's most sensible is probably the you notice something useful in fear and gain a clue.
Yeah. Although to give you an example of how the other one might work,
Mm,
as a trick box that you're in, there it would make sense to me for there to be a way to open it from the inside,
mhm.
but you'd have to like push all the swords out first, and so perhaps you like take time pushing the swords out, and then open the box, and then gain. Uh, oh, sorry, I was conflating it with another move for a moment. My mistake. But yeah, okay. So you notice something useful. Uh, Great. Yeah. So you get to ask a question. How about or you can ask it right now if you have one in mind already, or you can hold on and like interrupt the scene that's about to happen with Fernando to ask a question that you because you're able to listen in on that.
I'll hold it for now.
Okay. So Fernando, you are backstage with the captain and the 2 crew members and the corpse as the Great Mysterio rounds the corner and demands to know what's going on with you, interrupting his show.
God, man, don't you see? And point to the child. So obviously, to eliminate, even though the captain won't want this. Have you no decency?
So the Great Mysterio is a very flamboyant man, and he looks past and he sees the body and gives a sort of over the top reaction of shock and horror, and is aghast at finding this here. And like grabs you by your shirt collar and shakes you in front of him and demands to know what has happened.
I am certainly not in the mood for being attacked by this man, so I'm going to push him back. That is what we're trying to find out.
Now that he's grabbed you and you're like pushing him back, I am going to say that since none of you have actually been in physical danger yet, I'm going to say that you at this particular moment, there is you hit a swell in the ocean and the whole ship rocks back and forth and tilts precipitously, and you need to face peril. And so I'm going to say, so Fernando, you definitely need to face peril because that's what prompted this. Rose, you are in a knife-filled box while the ship is tossing back and forth, so you also need to face peril. Goldberg,
I've just got up.
Yeah,
I've just got up.
Yeah, you're standing
I'm
by
drunk.
the bar. I think you're probably fine.
No, I'm. Let's have me. I've just started walking.
Oh, okay.
And I'm a little drunk.
Okay, so you might
Why
fall and get hurt. Okay, so everybody roll to face peril. So the way that this works is it's the same as investigation. You pick up to 3 of your positive or wild or ship tags, remember. So for instance, the captain and the ship's officers are right next to you, Fernando. They might help or they might get in the way. Yeah, so let's go through that in order. Let's start with Fernando, and we'll do the same thing of like we'll pick the tags and then you'll roll and while I consult with the next person. So Fernando.
Okay, so definitely former sailor, so he's used to bumpy waves.
Absolutely.
I picked, since I've got the crew officers here, they don't want an embarrassment of that, so they certainly want to break up any fight. And I think great luck as well.
Okay. Yeah, so I am going to invoke I'm going to invoke the pretentious captain as a negative tag because he's there. He's trying to insert himself in the situation even more than he already is, and he is also slightly drunk. So he's trying to help, but he's not going to. So because I invoked 1 negative tag, go ahead and gain a humanity, and you invoked 3 tags, so you're going to be rolling with a total of +2. And then let's handle Rose while you roll.
Okay. So I think I can invoke the positive tag of super flexible. So
that makes sense.
As the bump comes, she sort of shimmies out of the way further of these super sharp, swords coming through the boxes. I'm not sure what else could really come from positive tags. Yeah, I think just that one at this point.
Okay, I am going to invoke your claustrophobia and the fact that you hate the Great Mysterio who's left you in this terrible situation. So gain 2 humanity and roll with a -1.
Cool.
And Goldberg.
So I'm in the bar. So positive tags will be Adam, who's right there,
All right.
the bartender. Also, maybe my good sense of timing. I'm pretty able to kind of see that something's changed and maybe get my balance there.
That makes sense.
Narrative question. If I've had, say, 3 or 4 shots of whiskey at this point,
How would that be represented mechanically?
right.
So the way that I would probably represent that mechanically is if there is like if, for example, Adam the bartender had been a ship tag instead of a positive tag that represents your relationship with him, then I would
Mhm.
invoke him as a negative tag. But because he's a positive tag, I can't. So I might invoke the fact that you're impulsive. You've been slamming down shots
Mhm.
when perhaps you should have been behaving more responsibly.
Mhm.
Really try to find a way to tie it into the tags that already exist. Giving someone an arbitrary +1 or -1 or what have you. Um, of course, as the GM, you play the game the way that is fun for everyone.
Mm.
But my position, the way I prefer to do it, and the rules as written, is that there is not um, that sort of GM fiat thing going on.
Mhm.
Either it's represented by an existing tag, or it's
Mhm.
represented by the consequence of a roll, or it's not in the mechanics.
Okay. So I think the way that I'll play him then is um, maybe Goldberg is a little bit of a lush, so he likes to have a little bit of a buzz on anyway.
Yeah,
So yeah, impulsive as a negative totally makes sense.
yeah.
But maybe he's going to be a little bit lovey-darling, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm going to invoke the fact that you're impulsive as a negative. And Rose, can I go ahead and hear what number you rolled for your total?
It was 5,
Okay, so
including the modifier.
I am going to invoke your bond with Rose, where Rose is trying to get your attention, which is a wild tag. I am going to invoke that as a negative tag because you hear Rose scream in pain from the box and realize that Rose has not gotten out of the box. And you, um, and so that is distracting
Yeah.
and startling. So I've invoked 2 of your negative tags, and
So that
you
gives me
invoke
a 6 on my roll.
a total of 6. Oh boy, everyone's doing so poorly. And Fernando, what did you get?
Fernando got 8 on his.
Okay. So Fernando, take a look at the 7 through 9 options on Face Peril. You'll notice that there are 4 options with the circle that you can mark off. And the last of those options is that you die. You don't have to mark these off in any particular order, but unlike the other um, uh, things like on Investigate, where you can mark them off and then you can pick the dot option to recover them, you can't recover these options except a single time. You can recover one of them by spending 3 humanity, but that's separate. That's in the reveal something about yourself move. And so whichever option you pick is going to stick with you forever and make you permanently one step closer to dying. But also look at the dot option, which is you manage to escape unscathed, but something in town or on the ship doesn't. Mark off a ship tag that one of us invoked in the scene. So, for instance, the pretentious captain or the ship's officers, you could choose to, you don't get injured, but you mark off the pretentious captain and the captain dies. This is
Yeah,
one of my
tempting.
favorite mechanics in the game.
Tempting to get rid of the captain right now, but I'm going to take. I'm going to suffer a minor injury. I'm going to take the hit. So
Okay.
I've been punched, and
Okay.
I'm feeling quite dizzy. I'm quite got a bit of a concussion. Blurring it all
Uh,
out.
feeling punchy from facing peril. Cool.
Yeah.
I've got a little kitty who just jumped up in my lap.
Hey.
This is GM and he likes to jump up in my lap when I'm working here. Um,
The real stars of online roleplay games are the cats
Yeah.
that appear and disappear. Yeah,
oh, they're
yeah.
wonderful.
We've
And
already
there
had
he
a tabby
goes.
one come in here and go again.
He's just jumped down. Great. Yeah. So for the folks who are for the folks who have rolled a 6 or below, now we get to look at that. So first of all, because you rolled a 6 or below, you gain a foreboding. And also, you'll see that on the move, there's a big long list of options, and they all have dots next to them. And because this is a powered by the apocalypse game, this is the mechanic that sort of takes the place of the GM moves that you might be familiar with from other PbtA games. And instead of using that structure, we use this, where on a 6 or below, I pick one or more of these options. So one thing I'm going to do is both of you do have to pick one of the 7 through 9 options. That's one of the things there is you mark off one or more of the 7 through 9 options. I'm going to start with one and we'll see how that goes. So Goldberg and Rose, both of you do that. And Rose, I'm going to say that the box that you're in with the knives and everything falls over when the ship rocks. And so you get cut up by it. And I have to pick one of the 7 through 9 options. And because you are claustrophobic and you are in a moving box full of knives, this is about the most horrifying thing that you can imagine. And so I'm going to say that you have to encounter true horror. And Goldberg, I'm going to say you have to mark off 2 of the face peril options, a total of 2 of the 7 through 9 options, I mean. So let me know what you want to pick.
So for me, I was going to pick the having had the description of the box has now fallen over and all the knives, I'm thinking suffer a chronic injury and gain a negative tag. So it says like horrific scar or whatever. So I'm thinking with the box now having fallen over and she's she's flexible but not that flexible. She's now gonna be something horrible like it's sliced her foot open or something like that that's gonna cause a really awful limp. But there's now like a big slice all up her foot.
Yeah, all right, cut up foot as a new negative tag. Great. And then we'll have you do the encounter true horror, which is as always, roll 2d6 and add whatever your current horror is, which I think might be 2 at this point.
It's 2. Do I add another one?
You add another one, but you add it after the roll.
Afterwards. Yeah. So 4, 5.
That's it.
So it's 5 plus the 2 horror.
Yes.
7.
Oh, yeah. So you rolled pretty well. You were pretty fortunate in that regard that you rolled low. So go ahead and take a look at the 7 through 9 options, and we'll go ahead and say that when the box falls over, enough knives fall out of it, and that the door like falls open, and you roll out of the box, so you are no longer stuck inside the box.
Yep.
And I don't want to have you trapped in there for the rest of the game. And Goldberg, tell me what you're picking for your 7 through 9 options.
So I mean, it's literally just injury, or death, right? So,
or yes, or mark off a town tag, but none of those were invoked on your roll.
Right,
so
exactly.
Yes.
So, okay. So let me think for a second. Okay, so as I stumble, I knock a glass to the floor. I twist my ankle as I fall.
Okay.
And the glass smashes, and I come down and I put my hand right through a huge shard of it. It's a chronic injury.
Okay.
So I'm no longer able. This will be an interesting one. I've got a great big cut all the way through where basically this glass has gone straight the way through. I can no longer close my left hand.
Oh boy.
So I still have my hand, so it's not crippling. I suppose it is technically crippling, but I can't close it because it just hurts way too much, as opposed to it physically can't be closed. So
Yeah. So you're picking
chronic and minor injury.
Yeah, okay. So not the crippling injury option.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my hand in theory will heal, but for now it's so painful that I'm just not going to be doing that very much.
Yeah. Well,
My hand.
on the specific subject of in theory healing, I do want to point out how the crippling injury mechanic works. The idea is you gain a negative tag, and then if you are able to receive medical attention, you get rid of that negative tag and gain a wild tag, which represents the manner in which you are compensating for that injury, like an assistive device or something. But if you don't get medical attention in time, then you have to mark off another option, which would be another injury appearing, or perhaps you dying or something. Or if you pick the chronic injury option, that's just a new permanent negative tag.
Okay. Okay, let's go with crippling then, and rather than cutting into my hand, as I've been there and I know what this feels like, as I go down, I break like 2 fingers of my hand. So and that's definitely crippling. So they're like dislocated, or kind of maybe broken in the knuckles, and yeah, same thing. I can't really use my left hand. Luckily, I'm right-handed. Read into that what you will. And as a result, yeah, I need to get to kind of medical in order to get that looked at, maybe get a splint or get them reset, or I don't know. I'm not a hand doctor.
Yeah. Okay. And then
so that's crippling and minor then.
Yes. Yeah. So mark those off so that you know not to pick those next time. And Fernando, I believe we haven't resolved yours.
I got the unconscious, the dizzy, to the minor.
Oh yes. Sorry. Okay, and you and the old man sort of like slam into the ship's wall as the ship rocks back and forth, and you clonk your head against it and are feeling a bit dizzy, and he seems unfazed by it and sort of shoves you down. You land on your butt, but it doesn't injure you any further. And he turns to like storm off. And Rose, your encounter true horror, how did that turn out?
Well, the only what did I get? 5. It was a roll of a 5.
Yes.
And then I added 2 to that because I had 2 horror, 5, so 7, which put me on the 7 to 9. So my choices were: you spot the opportunity and put yourself or someone else in danger to take advantage, or I've got your trauma is starting to pile up, gain additional horror and recover the other 2 options. So I'm thinking spot an opportunity and put myself or someone else in danger to take charge of it. And I've been trying to work out how that could play out. So busting
Well-
the box with it all falling over and having to the opportunity is getting out of the box, and having to get through the rest of the swords, which
Well,
puts me in a bit of danger.
how about this? You so you're on the stage, which is an elevated platform. It's symmetrical. It has stairs on both sides, and you can enter and exit stage right or left to the backstage. Fernando and the dead body and the crewmates are over near stage left, and when the ship rocked, you fell out and like rolled down the stairs to stage right, and you sit up woozily with this new big bad cut on your leg, or on your foot rather, and you see the great Mysterio storming off and going heading towards the like servants exit, and you could do something.
I get to my knees and start shouting after him. Bastard, I'm really cut.
He turns and looks at you. Like he hadn't noticed that you were there. He had completely forgotten about you. But he turns and sees you covered in blood at this point from superficial injuries and bleeding out of your foot from that, and he has a difficult to read expression on his face, and then like licks his lips, looks back at the captain and Fernando and the crewmates, looks back at you, and then goes and exits down the servants exit.
There's a vampire. Okay.
Well, maybe. So, what are you doing? You have an opportunity. You could attempt to chase after him. It'd be a bit difficult with your foot.
Yeah.
But
the look he gave me was the way I perceived it was a sort of tasty, hungry look. I'm not gonna be chasing after him, not while I'm bleeding and I'm a little bit limpy now. So I look around to see who of my allies are immediately around that I can get
Alright.
to. And I would
well,
think from where I am, probably Goldberg.
yes, yeah. Goldberg specifically heard you scream when you fell over and like started rushing towards you, but then fell because of the rocking ship. But he's scrambled back up. He cut up his hand, but now I'm correct me if I'm mistaken in my mental image, Goldberg, but I'm picturing you going over and like trying with one hand to help Rose to her feet.
Yeah, my hand is bleeding and like two fingers are like bent back all the way, and you can just smell the whiskey on my breath. What the fuck? What happened? Ow!
That looks awful. But look, you need bandaging up. I need bandaging up. We need to regroup. Where's Fernando? Let's all get together and I've got some ideas. We need to get back together and talk this through. Mysterio's just given me a really creepy look.
That's what he does.
It's called hypnotism. Aren't you used to it by now?
I think he's involved.
Well, I need the doctor and maybe some sherry. Anyway, darling, let's find him. Let's
Dr. Daniels, Dr. Jack Daniels,
Dr. Jack, and also Fernando.
Yeah.
Why are you bleeding?
And Fernando, you're not far away. So you
No, I'm dazed and woozy looking. I swear that root of a magician hit me.
Oh, he does that. He's an idiot. But he gave me a really weird look. He saw the blood on me and like licked his lips and like, oh, I don't know. It just made me think of a vampire. It was just. Ugh.
They don't exist.
He looks nothing like Kiefer Sutherland.
Oh yeah, that would be around that time.
But it would be check the body of Billy. Has he got like puncture wounds in his neck or something? Has he been sucked dry by a vampire?
We did check that earlier for any wounds. We just know that he was trained. There was not anything that looked like.
you checked earlier for the manner in which he was killed, and
Yeah.
I didn't describe specific puncture wounds, but that doesn't mean they don't necessarily exist. I did describe how he's been exsanguinated.
Yeah, I would say before the captain goes up and takes the body away, to examine it to say that I'll perform last rites,
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
to look at the body, to try and get past. Because if I just say, you might even just look at the body, just see if there's any horrible marking wounds, might not kind of go well with the pretentious captain.
Great. So this sounds like it's a new investigation check, and it
Yeah.
sounds like Fernando is taking the lead on this. So who all is assisting, and with what tag?
Tool for everything. And
Well, if you're assisting, you can only add one tag.
yeah, I'm sorry, I was just going through to see what I have that might help better than that. But yeah, tool for everything. I'll the mag light that was rolling
Yeah.
around, obviously.
Yeah. Which rolls up and like bumps you in the foot, Fernando. You're like, oh, convenient.
And I'm going to assist using my knowledge of the bodies of the body that comes from my superior knowledge of jujitsu. So you have to learn all about muscles and things like
All
that.
right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so you're assisting with that. And Fernando, what
Well,
no.
spiritual listener is obviously the.
Oh yeah, of course, that makes sense. Great. Let's see. I'm going to invoke the as I so often do, the fact that you're haunted by images of dead kids, because you are indeed about to go inspect a dead kid. I am also going to invoke the fact that you're feeling punchy. It's a little difficult for you to concentrate.
Woozy from that all.
Yeah, so go ahead and gain 2.
+1.
Yeah, and gain 2 humanity from that. All 3 of you.
Okay. So it's a +1. Ooh, that makes it a 10.
Total of 10. Oh, great. The best possible option. So you're looking for a specific wound, and indeed, and the reason you didn't find it earlier is because it's on the kid's arm. It was covered by his sleeve, but when you pull the sleeve back, you're able to spot what looks like a nasty like bite mark there. And now Goldberg and Rose, you both get to ask a follow-up question, and Fernando, you get to pick one of those options for 10 plus, which could be a follow-up or it could be finding something useful.
Okay.
All right, since nobody's saying anything, I'm going to call on Rose.
Struggling. Yeah.
As a follow-up question, so we now know that he's been bitten on the arm, and we think I think he's a vampire. I'm convinced. I'm convinced it's the Great Mysterio. He's did it. Look. Can I? Are we looking at it? Are we sure it's a bite and not like a syringe or some kind of
Yeah, it's a bite.
machinery? It's
Yeah,
definitely like
yeah,
teeth marks,
yeah.
not
And that's not your follow-up question,
mechanical.
because that was Fernando's question. Yes, it's definitely a
Yeah,
bite.
Yeah.
it's definitely. I think in my mind it's like my question is very much how am I something to do with Great Mysterio. How could he be involved in this?
I mean, he could be a vampire.
Yeah. He's but how have I not noticed this?
Well, so before getting this gig on the ship, it's not like you two lived nearby each other. Um, like he lived in his own place, you lived in your own place. You would get together to put on evening shows 5 days a week, or however often it was. But outside of that, I mean, you did not like the guy, so it's not like the two of you were always going and getting drinks at the bar afterwards or anything. He would retire and you would go do something else. So
So it's quite easy that I wouldn't have picked up that
he,
he's
yeah,
a vampire or he's
yeah.
hiding as a vampire.
Yeah, and now the fact that you're in this enclosed environment where you can't really get away from each other, now it's like, I mean, which is easier, murdering someone and getting away with it in London, or murdering someone and getting away with it on a boat?
Mm.
So, yeah, this does not like directly contradict. It's not like you give outdoor performances at noon. You give like dark, dimly lit performances at night inside of a dark building, a
and
dark
just
windowless
having
building.
it all starts to drop into place, and I'm there going to the others. It's the Great Mysterio. It's him. It's him. He's a vampire. I don't I didn't see it before, but it is. It's him. It's him. The guy gave me some spooky look. It's him. It's got to be him. He's a vampire, guys. He's a vampire. We got to do something.
Can I see in this backstage area any? I'm looking to see if there might be like some kind of container that might happen to have a suspicious number of beach towels.
What?
Because I'm thinking, what's the easiest way to be able to
Oh,
see who the most delicious people are in the audience, but to drive the entire crew, the entire guest list to come down and watch the show because they've got nowhere else to go?
oh my God. Okay, so
He goes out before sunup.
So,
Puts beach towels on all the deck chairs.
okay,
to
so
make
out of
people-
character, that had not occurred to me, but I love it. So yes, in his dressing room, there's just a bunch of beach towels.
Oh.
and yes, exactly. He
Where will we
is the
find
one.
that?
Sorry.
Where will we find that? We're not like at the dressing room, right? So.
Well, the dressing room is immediately attached to the backstage area.
Okay, right.
So you're
My
looking
apologies.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. You're looking around in the immediate vicinity, and yeah, there's a bunch of beach towels in there.
I just like, what the fuck, guys? Rose, why has he got
I always thought
least
he kept
10
I always
beach
thought
towels?
he kept the other half of a mannequin in that trunk. He always used to tell me not to open it because it had. He said it's meant to be legs. When we did the sawing the lady in half thing, it's legs.
There's probably at least like 100 towels in here. It's like you open it up and there's like, it's like, you know, like on the really poncy, the really kind of prestigious hotel things you see where they open the door and then they pull like a huge rack. It's like
Ah,
that. It goes into like the next cabinet or next room, and it just pulls out like kind of 20 feet or something. It's just beach towels.
heaps and heaps of beach towels. Yes. Yeah. So yes, you've discovered the Great Mysterio's terrible secret. He's been reserving deck chairs in order to force more people to attend his shows. Oh my goodness, that's fantastic! I love that. Okay. Have we resolved all the roles that were outstanding? I think we have. Fernando, did you
I think
pick one
I
of the
still got
options?
to pick. Yeah, I've got to pick one of the options, and then I'll
Yeah.
go up.
So you might find something useful in the dressing room if there's something in here that you would like.
You'll have to try and open the door. Like I've got those beach towels in the way at the moment.
There's heaps of beach towels, including several beach towels draped over and completely obscuring the mirror that's in there.
Yes, yeah, that isn't like a big clue. There's always a beach towel over the mirror. Let's see if we can find. Oh God, is there? I'm going to go with the cliched. Is there a trunk with soil or something? Is it that old tradition?
Well, so this is the changing room. This is not his quarters.
So this isn't really sleep. So if this is the
No.
changing room, yeah. Is there a bit? So finding something useful. We've already got the towels.
Yeah, and you so this will be a new if you pick that option, that would be a new wild tag that you could then invoke, like carry with you and invoke on future rolls. So for example, maybe there's a hand mirror in there that you want to take with you, or a shaving kit that has a straight razor in it, or something like that. You could break a piece of furniture and make a wooden stake.
Yeah, I think there's enough to make a bit of a stake, or the old. I'm thinking from the old Salem's Lot, he does it with the lollipop sticks, makes a little cross.
Yeah,
Tongue teasers as well.
yeah. You can improvise a cross. Bring a
Just to
wooden
see
stake.
how he reacts. Yeah, see how he reacts to it.
Okay. Although I would sort of, I mean, if you wanted to in the future, like, if you wanted to say like, oh, I have some piece of religious iconography on me, and invoke your strong spiritual listener tag to
Yeah.
represent that, I would be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Whereas a stake we don't have, but we can easily get something that's a wooden stake.
Yeah.
Maybe it's part of a performance, like someone does a croquet sketch or something. When they do the comedy sketch of like the stand-up comedy, whatever.
Yeah,
There's a scene where they've got like fake croquet things which are actually stakes.
Yeah, there's a prop comic who has a croquet mallet or something, and when the ship just got tossed, it like landed and broke, and now has a sharp end. Cool.
Okay.
All right. So you guys have convinced yourselves that this old man is a vampire, and now what are you doing next?
Whilst in the dressing room out the back, can I spend 3 of my humanity and heal from my wounds? So I'm there sort of bandaging my foot up and just making, carrying myself.
Yeah, so specifically, yes, you absolutely can do that. And also, so mark off that option and note that is itself a one-time use option. And note that That does not get rid of the tag that you acquired. Instead, it lets you recover an option on face peril, so you can select that option again in the future.
Face peril. Okay, yep. So I can then rub off that one. Cool. Thank you. And then
I'd like to do something similar with my broken hand.
Yes, yeah,
But I'm thinking I'll go to I'll find the clinic.
Yeah.
Here, because I also want to get like some kind of walking aid, because I twisted my ankle and it really hurts.
Yeah.
If I can get some kind of wooden walking stick, that would be great.
Sure. So,
That I can sharpen up.
yeah. So is this you?
I've got humanity to spend as well.
Okay, yeah. So how much humanity do you have to spend? Because it sort of sounded to me like you were describing two options on there.
Oh, okay, right. So I've only got 3 to spend.
Okay.
So I will heal from my wounds.
Well, okay, so yeah. Before you make the
hand.
decision, let me talk about the
Sure, go for it, please.
mechanics a bit. So you don't have to spend humanity in order to receive medical attention as per the crippling injury. That's just a like a narrative element.
Okay.
And so you can go to the clinic, receive medical attention, and thereby mark off that crippling injury and get a wild tag. Mark off that what was it? The broken fingers.
Yeah. So I'd like to unbreak those fingers, even if I still can't technically use the hand particularly well.
Yeah, you've got them set, and so now you need to gain a wild tag that is related to that.
Okay.
So
like hand in splint or something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you've broken your fingers, your hand's going to be in a cast from finger to
pretty
elbow.
much. It's in a half cast.
Yeah,
what I had, it was basically all cast on the back and then soft on the inside, and it didn't really help, and it hurt a lot.
Yeah, so
cycling is painful, friends. Don't do it.
I believe you.
But also do it. It's amazing.
So I'll say so the hand in the cast, that's a wild tag, so I can invoke it for obvious reasons why it'll get in your way, and you can invoke it because now it's a heavy thing attached to your arm that you could bonk someone with or something like that.
Okay, but I'd also like to overcome the weakness of the like a twisted rolled ankle.
Yes.
With a like a wooden walking stick or something like that.
Yeah.
Or is there anything more interesting than that? No, probably not. A cane to help with my chronic limp. There we go.
Yeah.
But I'm actually gonna talk to Fernando about maybe if we can sharpen the point of this thing.
All right. So while that's 2 of you going and getting medical attention, I believe. That was Rose and Goldberg. Fernando, what are you doing?
I mean, I do have humanity. I could spend. I've got 6 humanity.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not going to get rid of my dizziness, my punchiness thing. I'm going to keep that. I'll make it.
Right.
Going to keep that edge on there, and bit of almost like a prep thing, but you use it as the humanity to try and gain a positive tag. Reading up on old mythology and remember the time in the seminar talking about dark creatures and vampires and all that. Certainly things that you have to bless, and it came up in things like exorcisms as well. So he learns a bit about the supernatural knowledge.
Yeah. All right. So I'll write that as vampire lore as a new positive tag that you have. That takes 3 of your humanity, and you can. You still have 3 more to spend. Also, if anyone has 3 or more foreboding, which I don't think any of you do, or horror, which I think Rose does,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
you don't have to, but you can spend 3 horror and let the horror sink in, which will cause something bad to happen, but it will let you get rid of that 3 horror, so you're no longer adding it the next time you encounter horror.
I think it would make sense to spend the 3 horror. I can no longer rely on something that I used to depend on, because I mean, feels narratively like, I'm now convinced the Great Mysterio is a vampire. Now, I never liked the bloke, but I at least put my life in his hands on a daily basis with, sitting in a box and being skewered and being cut in half and things. But I really don't think I'm going to be being a magician's assistant much longer. So I think my positive tag of being a magician's assistant very much is going to have to be knocked off.
Yeah. So I love that. As soon as you started talking about this, I was like, oh, I bet I know where this is going. And I was right. That was great. I think that makes perfect sense. I love it when that lines up so well with the mechanics.
I'm loving the idea that Mysterio is basically just cutting you on purpose.
He likes it. He gets off on seeing you bleed a little.
Yeah, I've always thought he was just a bit crap. He was just a bit of a crap old man.
No, it's just like window
magician.
shopping, basically.
So now you've marked off
Gain
that
a
positive
wild
tag, and you gain a related wild tag. Yes, exactly.
And I'm not quite sure a related wild tag. So the only thing that's popped to mind is ex magician's assistant now, which could work either way, in that you can still get to him, but at the same time, he heard me. He probably heard me shout, "Oh my god, he's a vampire!"
Yeah, I mean, I was.
Unless, got something else that's better.
Oh, excuse me. I mean, the thing that I'm not going to say it's better, but the thing that occurred to me is you still have all the skills that you acquired being a magician's assistant. You still have magic skills, and they're a wild tag because they're not like you haven't really done this on your own yet, but you probably could. And of course we still have the you hate the Great Mysterio negative tag that I can continue to invoke. So
Yeah.
you are all great. So you are all at the clinic, at the ship's clinic, and the nurse on board is really stressed out about the fact that, because she was informed by everyone in the crew at this point has been told, as per the captain's orders, that there has been a death on board, and then what is it, 30 45 minutes after being told that, or I guess an hour after being no, it doesn't matter. Shortly after being told that, multiple severely injured people show up. There were probably a few other injuries as well because of that big swell. Other passengers falling over and things like that. And all of a sudden, this nurse is having the busiest day of the cruise, and you are all in a crowded clinic being attended to. What would you like to do next? Do you have anything left that you would like to figure out by investigating further, or do you want to attempt to confront the Great Mysterio directly, or what do you want to do?
I'd love to find out if this is the first cruise that he's been on. How come? Well, okay, another way of putting this. In that kind of Agatha Christie kind of thing of wherever you go, someone always seems to die. I wonder if this is something that has happened before, or to like. So what I'm going to ask the nurse, I guess, is
Okay.
is there a
So you do
history
want
of
to,
mysterious deaths like
yes,
on the cruise ship or on any cruise ships?
yeah. So you want to investigate.
Yeah.
Cool. Is anybody else assisting with that or doing something else?
Rose is just gonna tool up, ready for a final encounter.
Great.
In the med bay area, she's looking for what she can. A scalpel and something, steak or whatever. She's looking around, trying to find something helpful.
Cool. So that's a great little bit of background business, as they say in the movies. If you want to spend humanity or something to represent that, then it will have a mechanical effect. Otherwise, it's just a role-playing moment.
Sure. So I've got another 3 humanity I can spend.
Great.
So I'll spend that, and I managed to pick up. Should we go for a scalp? I'm trying to. There's a chair in the corner. There's a wooden chair in the corner, and yeah, no, actually, no. We're going for a scalpel. That's going to be that's more precision. Yeah. She, whilst the nurse is looking elsewhere, she grabs a sort of surgical knife off to the side.
That's perfect. I out of character, I watched a movie a few weeks ago called Billy the Kid versus Dracula. And the first 90% of it is a pretty normal Western. It's just that the outsider who's come to town and is causing trouble is Dracula. And then the final confrontation between Billy the Kid and Dracula, Dracula has kidnapped Billy the Kid's fiance and is going to, suck her blood. And Billy the Kid is holding Dracula at gunpoint. And Dracula's like, "Your bullets cannot harm me." And Billy the Kid's like, "Oh yeah," and shoots him a bunch. It doesn't do anything. And then seeing this, Billy the Kid throws his revolver at Dracula and hits him in the head and knocks him out, and then goes over, and it was established in a prior scene that he had taken a silver scalpel from the town doctor and stabs Dracula to death with the scalpel.
Just out of interest, in this particular movie, was Billy the Kid annoying, and did he have red hair?
Oh man, that's good. I like that.
Before I get the opportunity for any assistance on my dice roll, he says, interjecting rudely.
No, go ahead.
I want to take the hit on only getting a 4, because it's going to give me 1 foreboding.
All right. Well, yeah. So you rolled really badly. I was not really going to invoke a lot of negative numbers, so we can just jump ahead to that, I guess. Fernando, what were you going to do?
That's a good question, because we're already prepping up. We're already chilled up. I think probably just keeping an eye. I'm going to try and keep an eye on Kenzo, just to see where he's going. Just not going near him, but keep an eye on his room if I can.
Oh, okay. You want to try to get down and observe. So you're separating from everybody else and going and trying to spy on his room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is nighttime at this point, so that'll be a little treacherous for you. We'll see how that works out in a moment. But first, Goldberg, yes, you get you gain a foreboding because you rolled a 6 or below, and then I'm
I now have 3 foreboding, by the way.
yeah. So you can spend that at some point, and you can make revelations because they're like flashbacks or what have you. You can make those at instant speed, so to speak.
I have an idea
And
for that.
because you got a 6 or below, I get to pick some options there. I am going to say that you still do learn some facts. The nurse is like talking about how nothing like this has ever happened to her in her lifetime. The only thing that that she's reminded of at all in this is a story that her grandmother told who was also a nurse on a ship, where the performer Istvan the Magnificent, a Hungarian magician, was on the ship at the time, and there were similar tragedies befell the ship. So she's feeling superstitious at the moment. And I am going to say that something bad happens elsewhere while you're distracted. And Fernando, you are keeping an eye on a close eye on the Great Mysterio's quarters, and so you do not notice sneaking up behind you the Great Mysterio, who is not in his quarters, and you are going to need to roll to face peril for me as you are attacked from behind.
Okay. Let's see what I can throw at this. I'm hoping vampire lore
Yes, absolutely.
and spiritual leader at that one.
Sure.
Just seeing if anything else.
I mean,
Kind of
the
used
wooden
great
stake.
luck. Yeah, I kind of used great luck already, so I'm not going to do
Yeah.
that again.
Because your great luck is a wild tag. It's not that you are very lucky. It's that you
It goes
think of yourself as being very lucky. And so that has caused you to be a bit overconfident. And in this moment, I am going to invoke that as a negative tag.
Yep, so that's down to +1.
Well, do you want to invoke that new wooden stake you just got?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And since we've now established this fact about the world, I will invoke whoever keeps reserving the deck chairs, because it is the Great Mysterio. So roll to face peril with a total of +1.
Okay. And what is going to happen? Oh, I got 11. 6 of the 4 in the dice.
Very nice. So yeah, pick one of those options and then let's act this out.
Okay, so certainly want to defend myself. No, we don't want to reveal anything from NPC. Something that would get yourself out of a situation. I think I would go with a sense of your experience, because I've had that flashback scene with the vampire lore. I fill up the wooden little cross thing I made, as well to put it up, and I know that is something he doesn't like, religious symbols. I already know about the mirror.
Cool. Okay, yeah. So you'll reveal a new item. You pull out a cross.
Yeah.
Great. Sweet. Okay, yeah. So he grabs you by the shoulders, or grabs you by one shoulder and your hair to try to turn you to reveal your neck. But you elbow him inside and whirl around holding a crucifix in front of you, and he recoils.
Axe.
So now I am going to need you to encounter true horror upon seeing that, yeah, real vampire.
Oh dear, I've already got one.
And meanwhile, Goldberg and Rose, you are, I presume, heading towards where Fernando told you to meet him outside of his cabin. The Great Mist-
Can I spend my 3 foreboding to reveal a new organization?
Yes, you can.
Istvan Star Cruises.
Okay, so you're all right. So I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Let's go. Take the name and see what you can do with it. So the cruise
the name of
is
the
run
cruise?
by. That's the name of the company that runs this cruise ship.
Okay, so to give you a bit, what I was imagining before you reveal this
Mhm.
is that the Great Mysterio is Ishvan the Magnificent,
Yep. Yep.
and it came over on many
Yep.
years ago, and has now decided to go for a cruise again. So I was not imagining him to be like wealthy enough to own a cruise line.
I'm thinking that the cruise line has one boat, and this boat has been upgraded for many, 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 many years.
Okay, so he like
It's actually his ship.
he secretly owns the cruise line and has just decided to come on it and perform because he genuinely likes performing, I guess.
It's a treat. Maybe every once a year he comes for the specialty dining.
Okay.
Foreign delicacies.
Yeah. All right. So he owns the cruise ship. Interesting. All right. So he'll probably know about secret passages and stuff if there are any. Okay.
If you're cool with that.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. I hadn't expected it.
Sorry.
No worries, man.
And you have a towel fetish.
Seeing these stories go in unexpected directions is half the fun. So,
maybe there's an office, and there are certain members of the organization who have a similar affliction.
oh, okay. So some of the crew is also vampires.
We don't know that.
Okay. So, Aaron, did you want to do anything before Rose and Goldberg get to Fernando?
No. I'm tooled up and ready. We're heading towards Fernando and the cabin. That's
We
where
probably
we
walk
sort of
past
said
that
we're
office
gonna
that says that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was imagining the kid, you guys exit the nurse's office and the camera pulls back out and we see the Istvan Cruises printed on the side of the ship as you run along the walkway
Yeah.
at night. And then yes, you arrive just in time to see the Great Mysterio recoiling from the crucifix held aloft by Fernando. What do you each want to do? Run away? Attack?
Rose is going to attack. She's going to run in and attempt to try and get in a good slice round the throat using her jujitsu skills to get past him.
Great.
Flexibility as well.
Yes. And sorry, Fernando, I think we didn't resolve your encounter true horror. Is that right?
No, I got 9, and I already got this result the last time, so I'm only left with the spot an opportunity and either put myself or someone else in danger to take advantage of it.
Okay. So which would you like to do?
So I certainly do feel that there is an opportunity to, as the Rose is attacking, he is feeling, well, I'm better actually going back and taking on the one guy with the cross, and maybe I take him out. So I'm going to put myself back in danger again.
Okay.
He tries to flee.
Yeah. So Rose and Fernando, you're both definitely going to have to face peril. Goldberg, what are you doing? Also, you guys are all.
I'm going to be a dick and take my camera out. This looks like an amazing photograph.
Fantastic.
Once in a lifetime.
You guys are all in a row because it's a hallway. So Fernando Fernando and the Great Mysterio are right next to each other. Rose, are you behind Fernando or behind the Great Mysterio?
Odds I'm behind him. I'm behind Mysterio. Evens, I'm Fernando. It's a 5. It's odds. So that was.
So
what was that?
Mysterio. You're behind Mysterio.
I'm behind Mysterio. We came that way. We came the other way around because there were these, cruise ship corridors. They're all like a bloody big maze and tube of things anyway. So yeah, we've come in from behind him, and yeah.
All right. And Goldberg, are you behind Rose? Like, did you come in together, or did you come in like a pincer movement from both sides?
I think we came in together.
Okay.
I'm literally taking the camera out, and I'm going to drop down on one knee because I think I can get a great angle.
Okay, so Fernando and Rose, you both are going to need to face peril as you do combat with the vampire. Goldberg, you are going to need to encounter true horror because you're holding back from the combat, but pulling out your camera and looking through the way that a camera works, it has a mirror that reflects the image, and the vampire is not showing up on the mirror. And so when you look through the camera,
that's the point. Yeah, it's definitely an SLR. So yeah, that's a really good point.
So yeah, if your friend like it gets hoisted by her throat or something, that will certainly make for a great photograph, just floating in midair there.
And I'm not expecting that when I take the camera out because I don't know much about vampires. I mean, I've seen these things in movies, but I haven't put 2 and 2 together.
Yes. So you.
Oh, okay. So, what tags do I need to add for that?
So for encounter true horror, that one doesn't use your tags. That just uses your current amount of horror. So you roll 2d6 and you add whatever your current amount of horror is.
But then I add an extra tag on, an extra horror point on there. But I rolled a 5, including the horror point that I had.
Okay, so you got really lucky. You're startled, but you're not especially horrified. You gain a horror and a foreboding, and that's it. So for Rose and Fernando, for your face peril, let's pick tags for that. Rose.
So I'm going with jiu-jitsu and flexibility because I'm going in and I'm in my mind I'm attacking him.
Yeah. And presumably
I can whip anyone.
Oh, okay.
I can whip his ass. I
was actually kind of tempted to take that to invoke that as a negative tag because you're expecting to be like, oh yeah, I'm a fit young person who's going to fight this old man, but in fact you're fighting a super strong vampire. But you might want to invoke this new scalpel you just picked up.
Yes. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah.
So I am going to invoke the fact that you can whip anyone, and I actually am not going to invoke your hate for the Great Mysterio, but I will invoke that you constantly see omens, and that you are now like it would be best to concentrate on the fight at hand, but all you can do is think back to like, what omens should I have known were telling me this, and so that's distracting you.
Can I help? And obviously, no is a valid answer. Can I help Rose by having a flash gun and therefore the good sense of timing, meaning it's almost like a strobe going on behind her?
So yes, you can assist on a face peril check. However, the upper limit on the number of tags you can invoke remains 3.
Oh, of course.
And so if Rose, if you would like to, instead of invoking one of those tags you mentioned,
it's fine.
Okay. You could instead, like, since we've already established what Rose is invoking, backtracking.
I'd forgotten there was an upper limit. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. But you could assist Fernando, for example.
Sure. Same thing.
If Fernando wants that.
I'm flashing in your direction, Fernando.
Oh dear. I certainly will go. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, it's just
everybody quiet except for Fernando.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. So I was going to go with vampire lore and using the stake, the weapon.
Great. I am going to, and if Goldberg is assisting in that way, I am actually going to invoke your bond as a negative tag, where you were being photographed by Goldberg when you were attacked. And so having a flash go off in your face while you're being attacked is not actually very helpful. Yes. And then because I want to use more of the ship, I am going to invoke the shuttleport Dex, because he is going to try to like pick you up and charge outside. And he's not worried about the sun or anything because it's the middle of the night. And so I will invoke the shuttleport Dex as a negative tag. So or the shuffleboard, that's the word. So go ahead and roll with a total of +1, and remember to gain your 2 humanity, both of you.
So I got a 9.
All right. So take a look at your face peril options that you have not yet marked off, and pick one of those. And Fernando, how about you? You are muted.
I got 10 in total.
All right. Oh, okay, great. You've jumped out of the danger zone. And yeah, you find yourself so he like picks you up and like has one hand on your throat and one hand on your arm, holding the crucifix up above him. He's like pushing it up and out of the way, and he rushes down the hallway and like throws you onto the shuffleboard court, where you slide along the slick surface. And what option are you picking there for the face peril?
I think something that gets me out of the situation safely. So there's got to be the railings and the netting. So instead, he's hoping that I will go off the edge, off the boat, but I actually get caught up in the netting and safely tucked up.
Very nice. And would you like to? That's a good description of how this doesn't end up actually like killing or even injuring you. And if you would like to turn like the rigging into a new tag or something, you can pick one of those options and say the rigging, or you could do something else. Like perhaps there's another person on the deck playing midnight shuffleboard who might come to your aid. However you want that to go.
I think we'll pick the rigging up as
All
a
right.
as attack. Thing we can try and tangle him in.
Awesome. You've picked 2 out of the 3 10+ options, I believe. And great. So Rose, what do you
Well, it's going to have to be an injury of some kind, I think.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to describe the mental image I have.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so you're so he is facing Fernando and you're coming up from behind him. And I'm imagining him like you're expecting to just, grab this frail old man and grapple him, but instead he does like a mule kick right behind him and just kicks you right in the solar plexus. And that's how he's able to keep you from tackling him and pick up Fernando and rush outside.
Yeah. I'm just I'm thinking a smack in the stomach's probably it's either minor or chronic. I think it's probably minor. It's like I smack my hand, I feel really
Yeah.
dizzy. It's that kind of
Yeah, you got the breath knocked out of
Yeah.
you, or
yes. Yeah, straight in the stomach. And I sort of collapsed down and yeah, I've had my breath knocked out of me.
yeah, so something that sets you back for a moment and might get in the way, but
Ultimately is not that bad.
yeah. All right, Goldberg, what are you doing?
I think seeing Fernando picked up and just basically thrown, into this shuffleboard area, gives me that kind of moment of clarity that I've done it again. I've put the scoop ahead of the or the art ahead of people, and I'm going to throw my camera at this dude without thinking.
Great. Yeah. So you
Right above his head.
so yeah, you join the others. All of you go to out onto the deck where the shuffleboard court is, and he the vampire whirls and sees that all 3 of you there, and he having been confronted by people with a crucifix, he thinks that he might be able to constrain his secret if he just kills the 3 of you. But if he has to kill everybody on this boat in order to do it, then I mean, what's one boat? And so he prepares for the final confrontation. And so anyone, I am going to say we're going to have one last face peril check for all 3 of you. Each of you will make one final face peril check, and that will be the conclusive, explosive climax combat to see how this plays out. So, who do you think? Who will he go after first, or who will first go up? Or actually, no, we already established that Goldberg is throwing his camera. Goldberg, you're going to roll first.
Can I offer a scene change as well in the movie sense that this is
sure.
The shuffleboard area is also like the dance area, and
okay,
there's
outdoor ballroom sort of thing.
Yeah, there's a glitter ball, and something happens, and suddenly we have that kind of 80s feel going on, and there's some sort of tacky, I don't know, 80s rock hair metal or something comes on. And suddenly lights hit the glitter ball, and this guy kind of almost like a Fright Night kind of feel to it.
Yeah. If we want like a diegetic reason, I'm imagining you throwing the camera at him, and he like knocks it out of the way, and it lands on like the DJ equipment and hits a power button and
Sure.
turns everything on. Yes. So now, disco vampire death ship.
Yes. By Istvan Cruises.
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, I do that not as my kind of face peril thing, but just as a kind of a thing that happens when he knocks it to one side because it's just a camera.
Sure.
In which case, I'm going to be readying to charge at him and just wielding my arm as a kind of cudgel of some description. I'm just going to try and flail him. So that'll be what I'm doing.
Okay, yeah. So let each of you think about what you would like to do, and pick your appropriate tags, and feel free to discuss it amongst yourselves. And remember, I've invoked your bonds a few times as negative tags, but you can also invoke your bonds as positive because they are wild tags. So if you would like to use your relationships to further things, certainly can.
Well, I've got this walking stick still.
Yes.
So I'm going to maybe do what I said, but also, Fernando, Rose, can you help me just break the end off this?
Completely. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So we have one rudimentary stake between us.
Still got a surgical knife.
And I've still got my stake in the cross. Yeah.
I'm gonna reach into my bag and I'm gonna get some. I've got some like what we call gaffer tape, like just basically really strong tape, and we could tape the knife to one of the crosses and just like extra, or one of the stakes for extra stupid weaponly goodness.
I was going to suggest throwing the rigging on them to entangle them up.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. And just because I'm going to have, I love how cooperative you guys are all being in this. I'm still going to have you guys all roll your own face peril checks because I want there to be more consequences to come out of this. So let's try to codify these into a few tags that you guys are going to invoke on your different roles. Fernando, do you, or
Okay, well, I'll jump in. So yeah, I've got the rigging. That's the first one. Vampire lore. I think I'm going to try and use the bond because we saw a kid die. This is like a physical manifestation to repent or fail for that.
Absolutely. That works great. I am going to invoke the shuffleboard decks and your agoraphobia because you are outdoors fighting for your life on a slippery surface. Yeah, that's great. So you gain 2 humanity, roll with +1, and go ahead and roll. Tell me your number and we'll get back to your decision.
Okay, that was a 7 in total.
Okay. All right, so you're going to be picking one of the 7 through 9 options. We'll get back to that in a moment. Rose, what are you doing?
So I handed my knife to Goldberg so he could gaffer tape it of one of the stakes. So she's going to act as in terms of sort of physical combat, she's going to be using jiu-jitsu to go for him, but at the same time act as the distraction so the rigging can be thrown over him. But I'll be invoking jiu-jitsu. The friends with Tina Sparkle because she's part of the dancing duo.
Yeah.
And a lot of the hanging around with her was done in the was done around sort of dancing and everything, and that's within the shuffleboard deck thing that it's all doubles up as like an outdoor disco-y area thing at the same time. And so I been here multiple times. I know this. I know this this area really well because of my hanging around with Tina up here.
Fantastic.
And that's
Do you want Tina to show up, or
yeah.
all right.
She can she appears. Having just finished her performance, this is where she comes to
Yeah, she's coming out here
wind
to
down after her performances.
Yeah, she's coming out here and getting ready to, like, I'm imagining the camera angle changes and we see, Tina comes out, distracted, lights up her cigarette, and then the flame moves out of the way and you see the vampire combat going on in front of her. Great. So I will not invoke the shuffleboards against you because you just established that you're, like, familiar with this environment. I will invoke whoever keeps reserving the deck chairs, because he is going to pick up one of those empty deck chairs and just huck it at you.
It's already got a towel on it.
Yeah. And let's see. And I will invoke the fact that you have the breath knocked out of you. So unless you have a third tag you'd like to invoke, you're rolling with +0.
Super flexible come into it as part of the sort of athleticism of so there we go.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll with +1 then.
Ooh, 7 again.
Just if only you hadn't invoked that flexibility. Sweet. So you're going to have to pick one of those options there. We'll get back to that in a moment. And Goldberg.
So I've realized that if both Rose and I make it through this, I'm invoking a bond here. I will have an amazing story on this expose that I've been doing with Rose on Mysterio and how he's not the magician that he claims to be, which we thought was going to be the fact that Rose does all the work. But it turns out it's something very different indeed. And I've got this amazing photo of Rose just being held up in midair.
Yeah. Well, Fernando being lifted, it was Fernando who got picked up.
Oh, sorry, Fernando. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wonder if then, because I have probably taken photographs of them before, I wonder if, how, and I think we'll find this out when we go to his dressing room, like his not his dressing room, but like his quarters, how it is that I've got photos of him on stage where he does show up. There must be some mechanism. Maybe he's got. I've got some ideas, but I'll come up with those later. I'll share those later.
All right. I mean, out of character, I had just been imagining that he is shuns publicity and like tells photographers to fuck off, and people just treat that as him being a diva.
I've got this idea. I'll tell you now. What if he's been around for a long time? What if he has some kind of skin suit?
Okay.
I was thinking more
like the Invisible Man, but
I'm thinking from a more theatrical perspective, either some kind of makeup.
Maybe he's like the master magician.
Yeah, or he's a latex.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Mysterio, as we know from our good friend from the show, Matt, who's a huge fan of Mexican wrestling. Mysterio is a name of a famous Mexican wrestler.
Yeah.
And so maybe Mysterio the magician always wears a magician, like a Mexican mask. Like,
we've sort of said he's an old man.
Yeah, right. We've established what he looks like.
But maybe he just wears that on stage.
I like the makeup idea. I think
makeup, lots of makeup.
Like at the moment he's not
really caked on.
Really thick.
Yeah, and
makeup.
And perhaps
so
if you
not
look,
seeing him, You're seeing a
You've seen
thick
them like
layer
all the
of makeup.
foundation, and it's like kind
Yeah.
of Jack Nicholson's Joker kind of thing.
Yeah, and he has
Yeah.
that
Yeah, that's great.
yeah, and he has like the classic like black
Gloves
suit
and
and white
everything.
gloves thing. And
Yeah.
perhaps if
Yeah.
you go back and
Yeah,
look
yeah.
really closely at some of your photographs, like there's never like when there's a
Yeah.
gap between the glove and the thing, there's like a little invisible spot that you hadn't noticed.
There's some really curious bits in the photos that are taken later in the set, where it almost looks like you can see his hair through his face because he's got a wig, and
Oh, and so the
and that the
sweat
makeup
like
is beginning
reduced
to
some of
run.
the made some of the makeup. Yeah, I see what
Yeah.
you mean. Okay.
Anyway, I've got one bond, the expose on Mysterio, a good sense of timing, and a tool for everything because I've taped the scalpel onto the stick.
Yeah.
So that's my 3 positives.
Okay. I am going to invoke Istvan Cruise Lines because
Yeah.
that's the thing now. And just because it hasn't come up at all yet, the sighting of dolphins.
Ooh.
So go ahead and roll for me.
Okay, 3, 4, 6, 7, 5.
Total of 5?
Yep.
Oh boy. Well, you gain a foreboding.
Woo.
And so I would like to hear largely from Rose and Fernando how this combat is going, and then during the combat, you are interrupted by because like most people have no idea. Most people on the ship have no idea this is happening, but you are interrupted by somebody shouting that the ship has lights on the side of it that point down at the ocean, that they can see the dolphins and. Everybody hears this, and a bunch more people rush out. And
Well, it's got to be Tina who spots the dolphins, having come
oh
out for a
yes,
cigarette after her performance.
oh perfect, yes. So Tina comes out, doesn't even notice. Like I'm imagining that Tina's looking over the edge of the boat like this, smoking her cigarette. The camera's here pointed, and like over in the background, out of focus, the combat is going on, and Tina just doesn't notice it at all. And then, oh hey, dolphins. And suddenly many more people show up partway through the conflict. So Rose and Fernando, do you have options you wanted to pick for facing peril?
Well, yeah, she's going to get some kind of horrible injury, I think. This is going to be suffering a crippling injury. So she's trying to do a jiu-jitsu, and she's like trying to distract him while the rigging gets thrown over him and whatnot. And he just sort of like whaps her away and smacks her against the deck wall, and we're talking like broken arm and whatnot as she hits the ground. And yeah,
All right.
we're talking this is broken arms and can't move, and she's only got one arm now.
Yeah. Fernando, how is your conflict going?
So I was throwing the netting over the rigging.
Yeah.
Over him, and I almost get him. So I've got a 7 in the face peril roll.
Yeah.
But of course, what happens is there's a bit of a short bit when I throw the rigging, and it cuts, causes a scar, a scar on his arm.
Yeah. Okay, so cool. So yeah, I'm imagining that like Rose jumps on him first, and he pulls her off and throws her against the wall, and then while he's distracted by doing that, the netting lands down on top of him, and he's caught up inside of it. And people are starting to stream out onto the decks to see the dolphins that they've been looking forward to the entire cruise. And Goldberg, you rolled really low. So what are you trying to do?
So the idea was, presuming, just to make this more interesting, let's say that whilst they're setting it up, I'm trying to tape this scalpel to the stick, so that I can then basically do almost like a charge with a spear
Lance,
to this guy. And with the fail like that, maybe the boat moving a little bit, because obviously dolphins. The hearing of people just beginning to run up has taken my mind off the taping that I'm doing. So probably I'm going to slip and cut myself in some way.
Well, so yes, I'm going to say that you have to mark off. Well, this is the very last thing. I'm going to say 3 options on 7 through 9.
Yep.
So I don't know how many you have. How many do you have left?
I've got 3 left, but let's not do them all simultaneously.
Yes, and remember, you can mark off. You can choose the dot option and mark off ship tags that were invoked.
Okay.
So in this case, I believe that the 2 tags that were invoked for your role were the cruise line itself and the dolphins. So let me know if you would like me to.
I kind of want that cruise. I like the idea that there's more than one person with the same affliction as Mysterio. So
I've forgotten about that.
I've reminded you now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say that there's definitely something in the water, and maybe it's not dolphins. So I'm gonna mark off the town tag of the dolphins.
Okay.
Maybe there's more to this place. So everyone look, whatever they're seeing is not dolphins. Being as this cruise line has been going for a long time, and it's not the first time that we've been out here. And
so
I'm thinking, so me trying to tape this thing on. I've only got one properly working hand. I've got a cast that's only half there, and so I'm trying to tape this thing up.
So
I slip. Go on.
Here, let me tell you something that I was imagining. In some way, the conflict damages the ship's like steering ability, forces it to turn accidentally, and it the colliding with the dolphins and other undersea hazards, the ship starts to sink. And and as this was our final face peril of the evening, and we've resolved the damage and injuries that you all have taken, if you're still alive after you mark off all the things you have to mark off, Goldberg, those you survive and manage to get into like life rafts and survive the sinking of the ship. But life rafts don't have a lot of sun protection. And so when the sun comes up tomorrow morning, the vampire will have nowhere left to hide. And so even though he disappears in the chaos of the sinking ship, surely he must perish as the sun rises on the new day. And here on the worst cruise that any of you have ever been on. And And so that is the end of the story that we've been telling together. Thank you all so much for playing. However,
Thank you
there
very
is
much.
there is one last thing, the epilogue, which is a
gosh.
move that is in the full rules, but it is not in the quick start. So here's how the epilogue works. This move represents like final, like we had the sinking of the ship, credits start rolling, and then scenes like during or after the credits is the epilogue. The epilogue has a few little parts to it. So first of all, together for all of you, is there anything or anyone that was in the story tonight that was not already represented by a tag, but you think will be important going forward? And if so, if you can all agree on the same one, then that becomes a new town tag. And this, and just sort of a meta point, the story is over. You're not going to be rolling anymore. So these town tags and any further changes to your characters are not especially like, they're not going to come into play again later, given that this is a one shot. If this was an ongoing game, they could in the next session. But also, this is here for opportunities for you to create a few more short scenes to finish things off with. And the first of which is there someone or something that you think will be more important in this setting going forward?
I think the nurse is in on it.
Yeah, I was just about to say something about the nurse. Like she's in on it, and she knew that he was a vampire. 'Cause
Yeah.
maybe she's one too.
Yeah, I was going to say perhaps on the, like, she's got, a very broad brimmed hat and large covering, modest clothing. And we see just a bit of her with like long teeth at the end. Did that work for you, Bruce?
Yep, no, that's what I'm going with. Yep.
Great. Okay, so that's the first part of the epilogue. For the next part, this you do separately. Each of you think of what was the most emotionally significant moment in the story for your character. And then once you've thought of it, if it was a scary moment, then you gain a horror. If it involved you overcoming some sort of obstacle, then you gain a humanity. And if you think it will have repercussions going into the future, then you gain a foreboding. And you can pick more than one of these. You pick one memory, and if it, however many criteria it fills, you get that form of XP.
Yeah. I think because Fernando did say at the start he didn't really believe in vampires, and then he's met one, and then they ended up with vampire lore and mythology from the seminar. He is quite horrified that, oh my god, this is actually true. Maybe other things are true, like exorcism and that. So he's like, what else is out there? Do I really want to know?
Excellent.
I think for Rose, it was the moment that she realized that the Great Mysterio was a vampire, and there was that sort of whole unwrapped brain of, oh my god, how did I not realize that he was? And then it all sort of falls into place, saying I'd never seen him in the daylight, and oh god. So yeah, just the horror of, oh my god, I've been working with a vampire for the last 18 months.
Yeah, that's great. Perfect.
Goldberg
And
is
sorry, just a moment. So you mentioned it being horrifying. And if you consider that like you overcoming something, or if you think that it will continue to have repercussions in the future, you can also gain a humanity and foreboding.
I think it would have repercussions for the future. She'd just say she can never work with another magician and go solo.
Great. Okay, Goldberg. Yes.
So Goldberg, I think, is really disgusted with himself for stopping helping his friend in order to take another photograph. But the realization that not only did he pull himself out of doing that, but actually he discarded the camera. Which,
Yeah,
of course, he's now gone back to get the film, etc. But
if he could manage during the sinking ship.
Oh yeah, hopefully he does.
Maybe he's lost all the proof that there was a vampire on the ship.
But he's reinforced a relationship with his friend. But yeah, hopefully hopefully the camera was recovered, and he can, at least if he doesn't publish any of the things, it's like a moment of clarity, because he can like print those photographs, and it reminds him that some sacrifices aren't worth making, and I think that he probably won't easily do that again.
Yeah, I like that. And here is how we will determine mechanically whether he recovered the camera or not. Now, the final part of the epilogue is if you guys have 3 or more horror, humanity, or foreboding, you can now spend those to do little scenes showing how you and the world change after the events of this movie. These could be scenes that take place like during or immediately after the sinking of the ship, or it could be like 6 months later showing you in physical therapy or something like that. And so, Phil, if you would like for Goldberg to be unable to recover his camera, the way you would do that, or at least the way I would do that mechanically, is I would spend 3 horror to let the horror sink in, and you can no longer rely on something you used to depend on, mark off that you're a photographer, and gain something else.
I only have 2 horror, but I do have 3 foreboding.
Okay,
I'm quite happy to lose the camera. But maybe I find something, like I just couldn't get it just anyway.
Sure, yeah. Although to clarify, in case I was unclear just a moment ago, spending 3 horror would cause you to lose the camera, or that is how you would represent it mechanically.
Right. Okay. But I don't. What I'm trying to say, I suppose, is I don't mind personally whether or not he successfully recovered the camera, whether he had time to do that. But
sure.
I'll be spending 3 foreboding to find a new and interesting item.
Okay.
And I'm quite happy for you to pick that. But I think maybe like you've got here, like a rare tome at University Library. Maybe I go searching at like what we have in the UK as Company's House, but like I start digging into the organization.
I'm picturing since you specifically said item at first, what that immediately made me imagine is like, if the vampire is dead, all of his magic stuff has to go to somebody. And so I'm picturing it all getting packed up and shipped to this like Gothic castle where a different old man receives it. And where will that lead in the future, if there's ever a sequel? Great. So you had 3 foreboding, and
that's it. That's all I had.
That's it. Okay. Aaron or Bruce, do you have 3 or more humanity, horror, or foreboding that you would like to spend?
I do have the.
Foreboding. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah. So I was going to say 3 horror and 6 again on humanity, because I never spent enough to get rid of the wooziness,
All right.
dizziness. So I would do 1 to get rid of the acrophobia, because I would have to be out in a boat, on a lifeboat, so there's no way he gets through. So he's going through a lot of therapy. But for the dizziness, he does recover from that quickly. But what I was thinking about the horror is during the therapy he does blurt out about losing vampires, and this gets back to the Vatican, who have this special group who already know all this stuff, and they start to have a word with him. So he may disappear.
All right. So like your experiences leave you shaken and with new problems. Gain a negative tag. The negative attention of the Vatican is That's sort of what I was hearing.
Yeah. So he knows, and they're like, he's talking a bit about this. He shouldn't be talking about this.
All right. And Rose, how about you?
I've got 3 foreboding. Going to spend it for a new and interesting item, or at least an interesting item arrives. And in the sort of flavor of thinking of this as some kind of horror movie or something, the very last scene is you hear the sloshing of waves, and the camera pans round, and washing up onto shore is the remains of a coffin.
Yeah, I love it.
And see, sort of vaguely etched is in the top. Mystery. No, Mystery, not the full thing, but you can just see a bit of
Oh, yeah,
the name
the
etched into the
Mysterio,
top of
yeah.
the coffin. Yeah, the Mysterio, but not the full name. But yeah, the whole thing's just washed up onto shore and fade to black.
Sweet.
That was so much fun.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much for playing. I had a great
Oh.
time.
Yeah,
Thank you, Thomas. So, do you want to just give us a little bit of rundown again about the product, where we can find it?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. So the product is Fear of the Unknown. It is available on DriveThruRPG right now, along as is my previous game, Murder Most Foul, which is a murder mystery dinner party game that is infinitely replayable because the players commit and solve the murder during the game. And Fear of the Unknown, you can get the quick start for free, pay what you want, on DriveThruRPG. That has all everything that a player needs to play. It has almost all of the player-facing rules, so things. It doesn't have the epilogue or the rules for bonds, and it doesn't have all of the like D66 tables, and you need the full rules for that. Full rules also includes all of the GM tools, including the random tables, which I can go ahead and tell you now. I rolled on this. I rolled a 2. A seemingly unstoppable killer is motivated by. I rolled a 6. If they do have a motive, it is beyond the comprehension of regular people. What are they doing? 2 highly ritualized killings. And what is the inciting incident? Also 2, someone invites them to investigate. And then I filled that in with the details from what you guys came up with during the setting and character creation. So all of those tools are in the full rules, as are extra theme books to help you tell very specific things, examples of play, and extra charts like Why Won't the Police Help, and a guide to how to hack it and create your own system that is inspired by Fear of the Unknown. So you can get all of that for $15 for the PDF or $25 for the physical 250-something page book.
Awesome. And that's all through to DriveThruRPG.
Yep, that's all on DriveThruRPG.com. And
we do have a link as well, so I'm just going to
yeah,
down there.
Yes, you can go to fearoftheunknownrpg.com to download things like the character sheet and the rules, and links, of course, to the game, as well as the free theme music if you would like to have some atmospheric music to play in the background. And you can go to sixpencegames.com to find information about my other games, including more music, because I always commission somebody to make music for all the games that I make.
It's been a lot of fun. Quick question for the GM. What was your favorite surprise for this evening or for today? What was your favorite bit?
My favorite surprise, I think having it set on a boat worked out really well.
That was really interesting. I don't know where that came from, by the way.
Yeah, it ended up being almost not entirely, but almost entirely in the theater area with like little excursions outside of it, which was really interesting. So I liked that. I liked watching you guys piece together that it was a vampire. When did you suspect that it was a vampire? I'm curious. I know Rose, Aaron, you were the first one to say out loud. Was that? Did you say it as soon as you guessed it, or?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as I guessed it, it's just like, is it? He's got to be a vampire.
That was the point for me as well. I was thinking about all sorts of different things, but I didn't think of that. I was thinking more along the lines of, I don't know. I don't think I was thinking about them being like exsanguinated in the kind of drinking sense. I was thinking more along the lines of someone that was like thirsty for non-salt water.
Ah, interesting.
Because we're on a boat, and I'm thinking like, blood is closer to maybe they're trying to extract the fresh water. Like if you've ever seen the movie Tank Girl. But you need to check that out. And one of the things there is that they've got this device that basically just pulls all the water out of your body so that you can drink it.
Oh yeah.
It desiccates you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. I was trying to I was trying to be like honest, but not quite as explicit about that early on. Because if I said like, "Oh yeah, the kid has a bite mark on his neck and he doesn't have any blood left," then like,
is it a werewolf?
No, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
great.
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, and please, if you enjoyed the show, please, hit like and subscribe. More importantly, go and check out Fear of the Unknown RPG and buy the book. And Thomas, where can people find you?
I am. Man, I don't actually use social media a lot. I do have a Twitter at Sixpence Games, but I don't use it a whole bunch. Or if you follow me on Kickstarter, I always post things there. And I do have a Discord where I organize games of Fear of the Unknown and where other players get that. And that is linked as well at fearoftheunknownrpg.com. So yeah, there are games on there every now and then. So you can check that out. Discord is probably the best way to follow me.
Yeah. Interviews and podcasts and all that sort of thing as well. We just need to keep our eyes peeled. That was a lot of fun. Thank you so much to Aaron, to Bruce, and obviously to Thomas.
Yeah, thank you all for playing. I had a great time.
And we'll be back possibly on Friday. I'm not too sure yet. I haven't scheduled anything. But we'll be back very soon. And until then, I hope you enjoyed the show. And I hope your dice rolls are way better than mine always are. So thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate your time. And we'll see you very soon. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
All right.